Ooh, this is a big one. This is a big one, everybody. Okay. Let's see. That looks good. Oh, 1 second here. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again today we are going to attempt to recreate another one of my favorite paintings. Today we are going to be looking at this very famous painting by Édouard Manet, not Claude Monet, two different artists, but we're friends. So this painting by Édouard Manet, called A Bar at the Folies-Bergère from 1882. This is in the Courtauld Gallery in London, England, and along with maybe 2 or 3 other Manet paintings, comprise some of the most famous paintings of the era. Édouard Manet, considered to be the father of Impressionism, although he had a kind of reluctant, distanced relationship with the Impressionists. He was the generation before the Impressionists, although sometimes exhibited alongside them, but certainly gave them permission to really radically change art. And Manet, along with his friend and rival Courbet, were mostly responsible for that, at least in the European sphere of things. So let's jump right into it and talk about the plan. So in a few minutes we're going to talk about the scale of difficulty. How difficult might this painting be for you, and is this something you want to attempt? We'll talk about the materials required. We'll do the image transfer. I'll show you how to do that. Then we're going to talk about Manet's biography as well as today's painting, of which this is probably one of the most discussed paintings in all of art history. You know, there's a few, like Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa and The Last Supper, maybe some Van Gogh paintings, I don't know, maybe a Warhol or Picasso here and there, but arguably this painting has been the source for more PhD theses than any other. So we'll talk about a brief overview of what some people have to say about it. Then we are going to do a little underpainting and then bounce around back and forth between the background, foreground a bunch of times before we wrap up. I'm starting a couple of hours early because I anticipate this painting taking me a while, so I don't want to be up all night long. So I want to be done, I'll say conservatively, if I can be done in 6-7 hours from now, that would be awesome, and that's going to be my goal. So there's a lot of detail. I don't know how much of it I'm going to plan to do in the background, but we'll see. Also, just before we jump into the scale of difficulty, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are taking place. It doesn't cost you a penny to do, but it certainly transforms my life. And about 60% of the people who click on these videos are not subscribers, so just one little click makes all the difference. However, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, $5, because you find this helpful or funny, or in many cases it helps you fall asleep, consider using the QR code there or the web address above. It'll take you to this page here where you can safely donate to the channel, and all of that money goes into buying new camera equipment, a new inkjet or laserjet printer I bought last week. So thank you to all those of you who've been supporting the channel for years. There's a few other ways you can send a check or e-transfer. My email's on the Facebook group and on my website, and all those links are down there below, as well as a super chat. And then a quick shout out to the Facebook group. If you are making a painting along with me today, or a drawing, or drawing along with my previous drawing course, the single most popular thing I've ever done, hundreds of thousands, I think we're over 500,000 people have done the drawing course so far. So I still give people feedback on how to improve their drawings. Just join the Facebook group, use that QR code. That's what it looks like. Upload your art there. And I think in 2 weeks we're doing our next free feedback episode. So if you want to participate in that, I would love to see what you've been up to. There's Stanley in the chat there. First time chatting, will donate later. Awesome. And Angel says, hi, Michael, and Happy New Year. I love this painting. Me too. I'm so excited and intimidated by it as well. So we'll see what we can do. How difficult is today's painting? Is this something you want to try doing, or is this one you're just going to watch? So this is the scale. We start from beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, and go to expert or master. Our beginner is somebody, you probably just watching me for the first time, never made a painting ever before in your life. That would be where the beginner is, and that's maybe I encourage you to try doing the color wheel, mix some colors, and kind of get a basic sense of how the materials work. A novice is someone who's done a little bit of that and is ready to start doing some of the classes, starting to reproduce some of these paintings. Intermediate, I would say probably most people are intermediate artists. Once you've kind of done a little bit and then you're starting to kind of do it. Many of my students at the art school I teach at, Emily Carr here in Vancouver, I would consider to be intermediate artists who are trying to become more advanced artists. And then you have your experts or masters, an artist like Édouard Manet. So how difficult is this painting? Well, I would say it's going to be, I mean, I certainly don't want to discourage anyone from doing this painting, but I think if you're a beginner or a novice and this is one of the first things you've done, this might be a little bit too much. And my great fear is that sometimes beginners might tackle a painting like this, feel like it's too difficult, and then give up on painting altogether. So I would say today's painting would be at the high end of intermediate and so more of an advanced painting. I don't think it's necessarily very complex. It's just that it's going to be a little bit time consuming and involve like some small brushwork. And if you don't feel confident with the brush and being able to do those little details, then this painting might cause you some grief. And again, I think painting should be fun and enjoyable. You're certainly welcome to try it. Just have very low expectations. And then maybe don't worry about getting much or any detail in the background completed. So I think today's painting is one of the more advanced ones that we can do. Let's talk about the materials that are required or could be required for this. Now, I've done an entire episode there in the Master Study playlist that talks about everything you might need to get started. You can use this QR code to take you to the Dropbox folder where you can print out a PDF that you can take to an art supply store or read through while you're ordering supplies online. But we'll just go through this very, very quickly. So we're going to be painting acrylic on canvas, a 9 by 12 inch canvas board or panel. I have actually gessoed this. We'll talk about this in a moment. But the main thing is, besides having paint and a canvas and some brushes and maybe some water, is some rags. So when the inevitable catastrophe happens, you're prepared. Because paint will find a way to get all over everything if you're not careful, and sometimes it's nice to be a little bit, to abandon your control a little bit, and so in those cases you've got something ready to clean up. Harsh says, sir, thanks for teaching. Love from India. Wow, that's so cool. I love that you're watching from the other side of the world right now. That makes me so happy. Many blessings to you, my friend. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using what's called the split primary palette. So you've probably heard of primary colors before, but we're going to split the primary colors in half. Because every color is either warm or cool, so it makes sense to have those different options available to us. So we're going to use 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues, plus white, And we can even mix our own black. But of course, if you have a black, you're welcome to use that. And Manet, unlike the other Impressionists, if we were to rope Manet in with the Impressionists, Manet was one of the few artists who did use black, because many of the Impressionists did not. So if you want to use black, here's a painting where you could actually break the black tube out. So as I said, every color is either warm or cool, and it's important to kind of know the difference between them, because just using warm and cool colors can create the illusion of depth. Warm colors appear to advance, cool colors appear to recede. So if you're mixing colors, you just have to ask yourself, where am I going to put my paint? Is it going to be in the foreground or the background? If it's in the foreground, okay, I'm going to use one of my 3 warm colors. If it's in the background, one of my 3 cool colors. And if it's in the middle ground, it can be a combination of both warm and cool colors. So I'm going to be using a brand of paint called Amsterdam Paint. It's by a company called Royal Talons. And these are about I think the best bang for the buck. You can certainly spend more money or less money on paint, but I think this is a nice balance between quality and price. Another brand here like Golden is about 3 times the price for half the amount of paint. And you probably won't notice much of a difference, especially if you're just getting started. And I always advocate for spending less money, especially when you're getting started, so that if you make mistakes, it doesn't feel like the end of the world. Now you can see I'm just flipping through these different brands, and these are my recommendations for the kinds of paint you should get for each one of these brands. All of this is listed in detail on the handout, on the Dropbox, the very top folder there. But I'm just flipping through these just in case some people want to stop and take a screenshot. If that's easier for you, that's totally fine. You can see we can do what we're doing today with virtually any brand of paint that is sold out there, except for a few that we'll get to here in a moment that add way too much white as a filler, like Museum Color out of Toronto, or Peebo out of France, or Shanghai or Mary's Paint from China, or Fevicryl out of India. I would say probably all acrylic paint that you can get at the dollar store, Dollarama, those paints are probably going to fall into this category too, because brands will use titanium white as a way of making the paint look more opaque, less transparent. Because some people think that a transparent paint means it's cheap, which is not necessarily true. There's some very expensive paints that are semi-transparent, but that explains why. Peebo is my greatest disappointment, because Peebo is one of the largest brands of paint in the world, and the fact that they put so much filler in there is really a big shame, because this might be the most accessible paint for most people, and yet it doesn't really work, especially for what we're going to do here. So let's move to the next step. Okay. So our first step is to do the image transfer, is to get an image onto the canvas. So let's just talk about how to do that. So here's our original artwork. And for every one of these, I do an image, I do a tracing using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. I just bring the image in and then I trace over top of it. And then I upload these to our Dropbox folder. So if you click on this link there, you scan that QR code in or enter that web address, it's going to take you to, there's our Facebook group again, to the Dropbox. And I'll just scroll right back up top. I think there's about 400 or 500 folders in here. There's a lot. At the very top there, this is where I was saying the supply guide is. So if you want to get that list of paints that we just went through, that's where you'll find it. The next resource is to paint a color wheel, value scale. And then the next, I don't know, 100 folders. These are for our relatively simple paintings that I think a beginner or novice could do. Like the Kees van Dogen painting we just did last week. That was one of the beginner paintings. So I try to flip back and forth between beginner and more advanced paintings. So that's what we did last class. And you know, if you look through these folders, some of them have 5, 6 paintings in them. So, like especially the Picasso and Van Gogh ones, we got lots. But anyway, there's the Manet folder right at the very end. And then you'll see there's the original and 2 versions of the outline, a JPEG version and a PDF, whatever is easier for you to print. Hi, Bella. Hi, Bella. Okay, thanks for saying hi in the chat. So once you download that that JPEG or PDF, you can print it off on your inkjet or LaserJet printer at home, or you can slyly use your printer at work, or take it to a photocopy place down the street and have them print it out for you. So this is an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper, and then I'm going to transfer it onto this 9 by 12 size canvas board here. Stephanie says, hi everyone, I can't find the traceable in the Dropbox. So go, it should be the very, very last folder in the Dropbox, all the way at the very end, folder 179. Okay, so there's our canvas. So what I do with all of these is they usually come wrapped in plastic. I take the plastic off, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso over top of it, let that dry overnight, and then I give it a light sanding with some 100 grit sandpaper, and that makes the surface much smoother and easier for us to paint on. Hi, let me see, I gotta enlarge that. Miral says, hi. Is that how I say your name, Miral? Or Miral? So that gives me a smoother surface in the canvas if I just took it right out of the plastic. Now you don't have to do that. Obviously applying a gesso over the surface is an extra step and it takes a little bit more time, but it's going to help me get some of these smaller details like in the face. So yeah, otherwise you could paint on a larger surface, or you could paint on paper, smooth paper will work as well. So I'm going to take this, okay, I'm going to tape it down just like that. And then I'm going to use some carbon paper. You can use graphite paper, carbon paper, same thing. I mean, there are different things, but they do the same thing. I'm going to put the shiny side facing down, just like that. And then I'm going to trace over top of my pencil lines here, or the outline. Now, again, I always stress that don't worry about getting a perfect tracing, because this is really just there to help us get the image started. Not that I don't want you to spend all of your time tracing it out. We just want to get the basic image in place. All right. So this is going to take me a few minutes to do. And once again, I'm not going to worry about getting every single little detail on here. Especially some of that stuff going on in the background, all those people. There's one of the reasons why I started this episode a couple hours early is because of the amount of detail. I'm going to try to do not all of it, but a good portion of it. And that's one of the reasons why I'm starting early, so I'm not up till midnight working on this painting. There's some of these episodes, I finish at 3 in the morning, and then I go to university the next day and teach all day, and it's just, that starts to, it starts to wear on me. I'm not a kid anymore and staying up late working. gets harder and harder every year, as anyone who's growing older with me knows. I think one of the things that's going to be most difficult for me is capturing this woman's likeness, or not even her likeness so much as just the expression on her face. I think, you know, people have talked about her expression almost as much as people talk about the Mona Lisa's smile. That's how popular this painting has been throughout the last 150 years or so. You know, other little details that you could eliminate with this painting would be things like, let's say, these flowers in the foreground, or some of the bottles. You know, I'm going to try to get all of this in, but wow, look at this detail. The original painting is quite large. Let me see, how big is it? You know, it's probably arm length big. It's 96 centimeters by 130 centimeters. You know, so that's almost a meter, and you know, it's over a meter wide and almost a meter tall. Or that's 38 by 52 inches. For those of you following the is it the imperial or standard system? I can't remember the name for that. I think it's standard, right, as opposed to metric. The original painting is a little bit wider. We'll talk about that as we go. Do I want to do all those bottles? As I've said many times, part of being an artist is not only deciding what to paint, but also deciding what not to paint, what doesn't need to be described. And that could certainly apply to this painting, where you might say, you know what, I love everything about this painting, but considering how long it might take me, what can I do or what can I decide to eliminate just to save myself a little bit of time? Excuse me. I'm just looking at the bottom. Do I got enough stuff down here? I think so. Hi, Barbara. This is going to be epic. Yes, I hope so. And Chris says, hey, good evening. Awesome. You let me know if this is a better time for most people to tune in. I was teaching all morning and raced home to do this. Often I set up meetings after class for students, but nobody signed up for meetings this week, so I did have a few meetings after class, but not as many as I sometimes do, so gives me an opportunity to come home and paint. Okay. Now we've got all of these things that are supposedly in this big mirror behind the barmaid here. So my question to myself is going to just be, how much of this do I really want to draw? So much of this is going to get covered with paint. I think I'm going to go kind of quickly, deliberately, so that's also going to force me just to kind of, when I paint this, to be kind of a little bit sloppy, to be frank. And you know, that was definitely one of the accusations that Manet received, is that he was a sloppy slapdash painter, as they said. Just remember though, this painting is about, what did I say? So the original is 52 inches wide. This is 12. So you do the math. You could fit what, maybe 4.5 of these paintings side by side to make the original. So if we think of this painting being 400% smaller, or at least the one I'm working on in this size, well, we have to be kind of honest with ourselves about how much detail we can realistically paint here. Oh, there's Stephanie says, I found the outline. Awesome. Lisa says, it's going to be a fun painting to watch. Hi, Michael. Hi, Lisa. Katie says, hi, everyone. Looking forward to watching this one. Hi, Katie and Lisa. Barbara says, I just had a look. It's number 179 on the list, but that doesn't mean much in that crazy system. Yes. Okay, I think that's everything. There is a woman on a trapeze up here. You see her feet in the original. We'll talk about that. In fact, maybe Maybe I'm going to draw that in right now. Okay. I think that's probably good enough. Stephanie says, I'm still working on St. George and the Dragon. Yes. Love this painting. So much going on. Totally. And if you thought there was a lot going on right now, just wait till we start talking about it. There's been so much written about this that I'm going to do my best just to try to keep things as simple as possible, but there is a lot. This is considered to be maybe one of the more compositionally complex paintings of all time. Now that we've got our image transferred onto the canvas, now what I want to do is stain it with a little bit of color. And I thought, oh, I do. Okay, I was like, I cleaned this thing and then I've probably forgotten. No, I have it here. Okay. So, what we're going to do next is called the Imprimatura. It means it's an Italian word for the prime layer or the priming layer, or the first layer of paint. Artists have been using an Imprimatura for centuries, since before the Renaissance. Okay, I'm gonna have to get another yellow tube here. 1 second. I guess I could cut that open. But I have a box full of of tubes of paint that still have paint in them, but are not squeezable. I can't get it out, so one of these days, that's what I'll do, is get that paint out. Oh. So there's a whole bunch of reason to do the Imprimatura, but I'll talk about that as I start painting here. What I've done is squeezed out a little bit of my warm yellow. Traditionally, artists would use like a warm brown, like a rusty red color. I personally prefer to use this warm yellow. It just makes everything kind of have this nice warm glow to it. It's a little bit brighter than the color artists traditionally used. But you can use any color you want for an Imprimatura, or you don't have to do one at all. You can pretty much guarantee that Manet would have used something. He would have absolutely learned this kind of thing when he was in art school. This would have been, you know, standard part of the training back then. Today, it's quite common for artists not to do this step at all, which I think is a great shame. But, you know, artists can do whatever they want. But, you know, if you really kind of want to learn how the great artists of the past worked, I think doing some of these steps is a great idea. In many cases, it's also a major time-saving tool because it just helps get the painting started with a color that might be used elsewhere in the painting, might literally show through elsewhere. You'll also notice I put about maybe 40% white to paint. That water is gonna, or sorry, water, not white. Both W's, but different things. So I used about 40% water to 40% warm yellow. That is just going to help this paint soak into the grooves in there. Really what I want is, rather than there be little gaps, like if let's say my paint colors don't match up seamlessly, instead of there being white there, I want some other color. That just makes the painting look more complex than maybe it is. It's one of those things that just makes a painting look more professional. Especially if you're a beginner artist, I think you want every kind of tool possible to make your paintings maybe look a little bit better. And this is definitely one of those things. It almost immediately makes paintings look more interesting than just painting on plain white canvas. Okay. So I'm just going to quickly blow dry this, and I'm going to mute the audio for a moment. Okay, just before I move on, I want to look at the original and just sort of see if I want to put another layer of paint on there. And just see if we can see what Imprimatura Manet used here. So I wonder if some of this brown is... He's definitely worked this surface quite thoroughly, so I don't know if we're going to be able to see any of this, the canvas showing through here. So that would be probably little bits of canvas coming through there. Yeah, it looks like he's covered this surface pretty thoroughly. So it wouldn't surprise me if the brown that's under here is in fact an Imprimatura. I don't know what happened with my, maybe that carbon paper, but it's so faint that a lot of my drawing's been rubbed off here. Okay. Which means if I applied another color, especially a color that had white over this, I would obliterate everything. So I think my only option is to do an underpainting and then potentially add a coat of paint, another layer over top of this. Okay, I think I'm just gonna go forward with this as it is, and then I'll figure something out as we go. Before we start really painting this, let's take a moment to look at the biography of today's artist, Édouard Manet. So, Édouard Manet is born in 1832 and passes away in 1883 at the age of 51. Probably a little bit sooner than he should have. And really today's painting was one of, if not the last great painting that he did in the last few years of his life. This painting is from 1882 and he dies a year later in 1883. It's certainly his last great large painting. A lot of the paintings he did right before his death were much smaller. Anyway, Édouard Manet is born in Paris to a relatively wealthy family. His mother was really well connected into the Swedish royal family. She wasn't of royal blood herself, but she was the godmother. Does it say in here somewhere? It probably does. She was the goddaughter of the Swedish crown prince Charles Bernadotte. So, I mean, she's related to the current Swedish royal family, right? So she's well placed socially, and his father was a judge, a French judge, who expected that his son Édouard Manet would follow in his footsteps and at least become a lawyer or do something within the legal profession. And Édouard was kind of rebellious as a kid and maybe tried half-heartedly to follow in his father's footsteps, but obviously did not. His uncle, and I think that's on his father's side, Edmond Fournier, or maybe, no, that's on his mother's side, sorry. So his mother's brother was very encouraging to Édouard to pursue his interests in art and took him regularly to see art at the Louvre, which at this point was now open to the public. Now, that didn't mean anybody was allowed in. Certainly if you showed up in rags, they would not have allowed you in, but was open to most people. I would say the Louvre now is way more open to really anybody, but those museums were... I'd be interested to think of like what the admission policy was to museums back then. But anyway, Édouard and his uncle would go regularly to the Louvre and look at works, and it really blew the young artist's mind away, and I think really set him on this trajectory going forward. His father, of course, was resistant to his son's interest in art and tried everything possible to direct him towards a more noble profession, and encouraged him very strongly to enter the Navy to instill some discipline in him. And twice while trying to make a go for it in the Navy, failed some of the exams. In fact, he sailed on a vessel to Rio de Janeiro back in 1848, but he certainly did not qualify to become a regular enlisted sailor. So at that point, his father was like, okay, well, I guess you've tried to do what I wanted you to do, and so do whatever you want now, and just know that you're a failure to the family. Because Édouard was the oldest son. He has 2 younger brothers, and generally the oldest son is seen as kind of the most mature, the one who sort of has maybe more responsibility, and the younger members of the family are given maybe a little bit more freedom. So for the oldest brother to kind of be the bit more of the rebellious one and go on his own path was then, back then, especially seen as bucking the trend, maybe a little bit less socially acceptable as it is today. Now I don't think people think about those kinds of things at all, but especially growing up in kind of the higher societies of France, these kinds of traditions were quite important to people back then, right? So I'm sure his father, that kind of brought a certain amount of shame to the family. And I think as we go forward in the work of Manet, you see him both kind of trying to be a respectable member of society, and yet also he's got this very strong rebellious streak. And it's very interesting the way that Manet navigates that. He's both like a provocateur and a gentleman, right? Whereas many of his other friends were more following that provocateur direction, Manet kind of tried to be as provocative as possible within within a lane, which we'll talk about here. And I mean, it also makes, that's kind of, he's a bit of a product of his time. And so being as outright rebellious as the Impressionists, who saw Manet as their kind of beacon, was maybe just something a little bit harder for him to shake. Okay, maybe where should I go? Okay, so he eventually studies under another painter, Thomas Couture, and learns many of the basic, very academic approaches to painting that artists of Manet's time would have learned. So again, things like the Imprimatura, underpainting, glazing techniques, all of the particular approach to drawing, often privileging drawing over painting, would have been really important. Structure, composing a picture, those were things that were drilled into artists back in the day, that it has to be able to work as a drawing, and then it's just a matter of filling in the paint afterwards. That was kind of the way that academic painting was seen for centuries, going all the way back to the Renaissance. That composition was key. And when we think particularly of today's painting, there's no more better example than the complexity of the composition of this painting, which we'll get to. But of course, Thomas Couture, Manet's original mentor, is like horrified by the kinds of paintings that Manet starts to make with the education that he's provided him, particularly in some of his earliest work. So this painting, The Absinthe Drinker, one of Manet's kind of first great paintings, features this guy who, to our mind, looks like, if you saw someone dressed with a top hat and a shawl like that, you would say, what a fine gentleman. But back in the day, this kind of thing would have looked scandalous. This was the kind of homeless, degenerate alcoholic. This is what a person like that would have looked like 150 years ago. right? That he's, you could see his bottle rolling around on the floor, his green absinthe drink here. He's, you know, wrapped himself in this kind of cloth to stay warm, because, you know, someone who drinks too much can often get the shakes, right, and the chills, right? His beard is like untrimmed, right, and he's sort of hiding off in the corner in the darkness, right, as opposed to having his suit out and his cane and being a little bit more respectably presented. So this is kind of one of the first paintings that Manet makes that brings him some notoriety. He also spends his time at the Louvre making copies of some of the great artists like Diego Velázquez and Titian, particularly Titian. Have we done a Titian painting? I don't even know if we've done a Velázquez painting yet. We must have done it. Maybe we haven't done a Titian painting yet. I mean, you could see also, he also goes on these travels. He goes to Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and Spain, where he goes to the museums in all those countries and becomes fascinated with their work. One of the artists that he kind of falls in love with at this time is Frans Hals, who's a Dutch painter, you know, working in the late 1500s, early 1600s. But I think when we start to look, like, the Dutch artists are maybe like 300 years ahead of everybody else in the kind of the application, the way that they paint. A little bit like Rembrandt, you know, Frans Hals is, in the kind of this loose application of paint. Let's see if we can dive in here. Right, you can see that there's less of a primacy of like photorealism and more of this kind of this, how would you describe, I mean, people call this a little bit more painterly, but it's got that little, there's an immediacy to the way these paintings are painted, and that is very inspiring to Manet. You know, you just think like a young kid growing up at a time where the Industrial Revolution is just getting started, where everything seems to be going faster and is bigger and dirtier and louder than it ever was before. These young artists in the mid-1800s are like, how do we reflect this, the changing world in our art? And part of it is like how maybe it's about painting faster, being more expressive, rather than painting very slowly with great deal of precision as artists of the previous generations had done. So in 1856, he opens his own studio, and he begins painting in this style, kind of like Frans Hals, and a style that becomes known as realism. Similar to his kind of friend and rival Courbet, Gustave Courbet. We did a Courbet painting, I think we'll see it here coming up. But it's interesting to think of, oops, some of these are a little bit, it's a lot of nudity in Courbet's work for sure. So we did this one here, The Desperate Man. That's one of the Courbet paintings that we've done. But it's interesting, like this type of artwork is considered realism. And yet, for some people, it's like, well, it's not really super photographic. There's certainly lots of, you know, of interpretation, you know, especially when you get up close, those brushstrokes start to fall apart. It's different than what we would consider photorealism, which was an art movement in the 50s and 60s. And that's because realism wasn't just about the look of the painting, the subject, but it was more like the subject matter and yeah, mostly the subject matter, I would say, with realism. Realism, as it was seen at this time, was about focusing on real people, the artist's family and friends, as opposed to for the past 500 years, artists were mostly painting biblical scenes or scenes from Greek and Roman mythology, painting historical scenes of battles or great, important coronations of kings and queens, marriages, those kinds of things. So the idea of painting a picture that featured your friends, or even worse, pictures of perhaps prostitutes that you might find and have them stand in for, especially if they were religious figures. Whoa. So realism was about trying to communicate what's going on in the artist's world and life right now. And we take that for granted today, but back then that was seen as, at best, something a student would do in school. Because the people would say, like, who cares about your friends? Like, if you're going to try to sell this painting to a wealthy client and they're going to have it in their home, why would they want a picture of some guy that you go drinking with, or some woman of maybe questionable morals? Like, that is sacrilegious, right? That is morally bankrupt. Make a painting of Jesus or Mary or someone from some Homeric poem of some kind, but certainly not just some regular schmo. But again, these younger artists, we're starting to see authors of the time, authors who often become good friends with Manet, such as Émile Zola, I think it mentions some of them, Émile Zola, Baudelaire, Mallarmé. They are all also interested in describing the contemporary world around them. So let me just go back up here. I'm not going to go through all of his great paintings here. Maybe one day we'll do some of these. But one of the things that... okay, so I think we've talked many times about the salon system that was in place in Europe from the Renaissance time all the way up until kind of mid-1900s. And that was, you would have these giant art exhibitions, often one or two a year. They would take place in these giant, like, convention halls, or giant gymnasiums, like in a high school, in which, and in fact, it'd be bigger than a gymnasium in a high school, maybe 3 or 4 of those together. Again, just think of a convention center where they have these big trade shows. That's where art would be exhibited, and every artist would submit their work to the Academy. The Academy, which was often run by 5 or 6 old white bearded dudes, would go through the work and select what should be in the show and what was rejected. And if your work didn't make it past their discerning eyes, then it didn't make it onto the walls. And they would have thousands of painting exhibited floor to ceiling, literally paintings right up next to one another. So you'd have a painting like this, and then another painting jammed up right beside it, and a couple more on top, different people's artwork, and they would just be like a modgepodge of work. And then people would come in and they have their little binoculars and they're looking at the paintings, which are sandwiched up to the ceiling. In fact, sometimes paintings would not only be right up to the ceiling, but would be angled on the ceiling, sometimes right, literally hanging, like they just fit every single possible thing. That's the term hanging artwork salon style comes from. And so Manet was one of those guys who really, wanted that approval from the Academy and submitted his work every year to the salon. And many of them would get accepted, but also many of them would get rejected. And some of them that did get accepted would also be quite controversial. And so he sort of would get into this. He would make, like, let's say 40 paintings a year, and let's say maybe 30 of them would be pretty good, not really raise an eyebrow, but like 5 or 10 of them would be pretty shocking. And so he would submit all of them, and a great number of them would get in, but the more shocking ones would get discarded to the side. But every once in a while, some of the more shocking ones would squeak through and be seen by the public and create quite the controversy. I'm not going to share all of these, because many of Manet's paintings are also maybe not safe for work, as they say. But you can look at some of these online. Often there's nudity features quite prominently in the work of Manet. So like a painting like Luncheon on the Grass or Olympia, which both of them feature nude women, were quite scandalous for the time. And some people, let me see, there's some great quotes. I don't know if they're going to be in the Wikipedia page here, but basically people would have to be restrained from destroying some of these paintings because people found them just so outrageous. Okay, so here, according to one of the friends of Manet, Antonin Proust writes, only the precautions taken by the administration prevented the painting from being punctured or torn by offended viewers. Right? So people, when they saw these, were just like, oh my goodness, I can't believe someone had the audacity to make paintings like this. The Luncheon on the Grass, which is first exhibited, excuse me. The Luncheon on the Grass, which is first exhibited in 1863, is exhibited as part of the Salon des Refusés. So this is the first year that there is, adjacent to the regular salon, there's another exhibition of all the work that was rejected for the main salon. And this was because there was this growing frustration with the Academy that there was more and more and more work that was being rejected and deemed inferior or not worthy of being exhibited in the main salon. And so to quell this growing anger of all of these artists, they create this new exhibition side by side. And the Luncheon on the Grass by Manet is the first one to, or is probably the most scandalous of those paintings to make it in that first exhibition. There is another one that is also featured. I don't know if is it this Whistler painting? My guess that is also included. I thought it was the Indifferent Whistler. Okay, I guess I'm wrong. But those exhibitions are very well attended. In many instances, more people go see the Salon des Refusés, the exhibition of rejected artwork, because they're just so curious as to, like, what was not good enough to make it on the show, in the big show. And especially a lot of younger artists see the work by Manet and are just like, wow, this is kind of cool. I mean, it's kind of punk rock. It's not as if it's a terrible painting. It's different, and it's certainly painted differently. And so that really inspires this younger generation of artists who would very shortly go on to form the Impressionist movement. So let's just dive a little bit into the personal life of Édouard Manet. So Édouard Manet had probably been carrying on a kind of secret relationship with this woman, Suzanne Leinhoff, for about a decade. And it's not until Manet's father dies in 1862 that he feels comfortable marrying this woman. There is some suggestion that perhaps one of Manet's younger brothers, Auguste Manet, had also had a relationship with Suzanne. And when She gave birth. There was some to a son, a Leon. There was some suggestion as to maybe it was Auguste's or maybe it is Édouard's son. We're not really sure who is responsible for this child. But Édouard, to his credit, raises this child as his own. It's also during this time, in the mid-1860s or so, that he becomes closer and closer to these young artists who would become the Impressionists, one of whom is the artist Berthe Morisot. You may recall that we've done at least one Berthe Morisot painting. It was a painting of some flowers. It's one of my favorite little paintings to do in these classes. I think we did that painting a couple of years ago. Great little simple painting, but Berthe Morisot was one of one of 3 women to officially exhibit alongside the men as part of the Impressionist movement, and just women exhibiting alongside men itself was scandalous. I mean, it happened maybe once every few years as part of the regular salon, but the Impressionists are the first to have women exhibiting side by side without any kind of special little note saying, this is by a woman, it's okay if you don't take this seriously. Her father's very, very wealthy. The Impressionists are they mix male and female art up together in the same room, and Berthe Morisot was considered to be one of the great painters and was highly admired by Manet himself. There's also some suggestion that maybe Édouard Manet and Berthe Morisot had a friendship that went beyond just a mutual interest in art, and might have also been romantic. So that was denied by both of them, but of course, at least Édouard was married. I'm not sure about Berthe Morisot, but I think she's one of the great artists of all time. That's again why we did a Morisot painting 2 years before we're finally tackling Manet. So certainly I encourage you to go back and watch that. Let me see. Oh, well, eventually Berthe Morisot marries Eugene Manet, which was another one of Édouard Manet's younger brothers. And so once again, there is this kind of potential love triangle here, that Édouard has had one love triangle with his wife, who may have had a son with Édouard or with Auguste, and now Édouard's contemporary painter Berthe Morisot eventually marries Eugene Manet. So I just find that interesting that there's these kinds of maybe things, there's rumors that kind of persisted throughout their lives. Another thing that I find very interesting, considering we're talking about the women that were in the life of Édouard Manet, is another great artist, Eva González, was the only official student of Édouard Manet. And we did a painting by Eva González probably about 1.5 years ago of these pink shoes, pink slippers, which I love that painting. It's a beautiful, gorgeous, very simple painting. The reason why we did that painting as opposed to some of the others paintings by her that may be a little more famous is I found like some of her other paintings are way more complex, just as Berthe Morisot's are. So I felt like they were a little bit more accessible, and probably things that maybe a beginner, novice, or intermediate artist would feel a little bit more comfortable attempting. So I certainly encourage you to look up Eva González, Berthe Morisot. think, yeah. So, what else do I want to say here? Things that Manet tended to focus on, again, being a proponent of realism, were documenting everyday life in Paris. And so that means making paintings of the cafes and the people in the cafes and the bars, which was scandalous to the teachers of Manet, right? This was seen as sort of very low subject matter, right? Not the kind of thing a professional artist would want to sully their reputation with, right? I mean, you could do paintings like this in your spare time, for your friends, and they would be kind of maybe hidden away, but they certainly would not be the kinds of things that you would submit to the salon. Because, again, who cares about some guy getting drunk in a bar, right? Why not show, a scene from Greek mythology, like, I'm trying to think of a Greek myth, like Achilles, or who's the guy flying to his wings melted, right? Or the Minotaur, and all the, anyway. So this just, it seemed like for the teachers of Manet, it was just like confounding why you would waste your time on these types of images of bohemian life and working people, and maybe some members of the bourgeoisie. Like one way to think about it would be like cinema of today, right? Like, today people make movies about all kinds of things, but just imagine a world where the only proper kinds of movies that one could make would be historical movies of Napoleon and Abraham Lincoln, or the life of Jesus and the apostles, or movies about about the battle in Troy, the Trojan horse and those kinds of things. And then if you had a filmmaker like Martin Scorsese come along and make a movie about a taxi driver, or you have James Cameron make a movie about the sinking of the Titanic, just imagine how people would be like, what? Why would you make a movie about just a bunch of people who die on a big boat, or a taxi driver who goes and kills people? Like that, I'm sorry, is not acceptable. When those movies came out, the public was sort of, maybe a little bit, and I don't even think people didn't really care. It didn't seem abnormal. And that's because of things, of people like Manet and the barriers that they broke down. The fact that we can go watch a movie about just regular Joe Schmo today is directly why Manet is so important. For better or worse, some people would be like, "Oh man, you're telling me Manet is responsible for all this trash in the theaters and our pop culture?" Chris says, "I wish top hats were still fashionable. Magnificent things." I agree. Kathy says, "This will be an interesting one to watch. I'm still working on a Mondigliani." Chris says, "Icarus." Yes, thank you for yes, that's the myth of the Icarus with the wings trying to fly to the sun, whose wings melt. Okay. So as Manet is progressing through the years, he's making a name for himself. So he becomes known as this guy who can do the standard portrait of the rich person, but he can also do some of those boundary pushing artworks. And so he starts to make a pretty good name and living for himself, painting you know, things that are not controversial, and then throwing one or two kind of outrageous artworks into the salon every year. But it's with the there's a couple things that happen. There is the does it mention here? Just want to get the date on this. So there's the French invasion of Mexico that happens in 1861, and from that, and that becomes a bit of a lightning rod. It's not the most popular war. War is never really popular, but it's sort of one of those kind of head scratcher things where the people in France are kind of like, what are we doing in Mexico? Why are we fighting a war all the way over there? Like, who cares? Like, we got problems over here. Like, let's bring the boys home, and so one of the paintings that Manet makes, which is seen as one of the first major political artworks of all time, is the execution of the Emperor Maximilian. This painting where you see these soldiers firing into this group of prisoners, including the Mexican emperor, was quite a controversial painting, and when it's exhibited in Paris, causes quite the stir. It's sort of like, hey, what are you trying to say here, right? This is not, you know, it's kind of a gloomy, dark painting, and it's certainly not a heroic painting that paints the French soldiers in, you know, a glorious way. It's not a propaganda painting, I guess is what I'm saying. If anything, it's maybe an anti-propaganda. And so that brings some negative attention towards Manet, if there hadn't already been people who were on the fence about him. He also makes, like, when he's doing this kind of painting, he's kind of making a reference to some of the great artists like Goya, who himself did some pretty intense dark paintings. We did a painting. Let's bring Goya up here for a moment. So Goya is maybe a couple generations before Manet. But one of the things Goya makes paintings of is this one here. This is the 3rd of May. It's made in 1814, but it's describing Napoleon's invasion of Spain and these French soldiers executing Spanish prisoners. So that's definitely one of the things that Manet is making reference to. Also, we did the painting Saturn Devours His Sons. We did this painting for Father's Day a few years ago, which is, you know, this is a painting based on Roman mythology. Some people find this painting extremely disturbing, and it is, right? You see the Saturn is literally tearing apart his own son limb from limb. But that's the kind of thing that Manet, you know, becomes kind of fascinated with. These, how can I make a painting that is that will maybe rouse people to action and awake them from their slumber, to the point where there is a kind of revolution that happens in Paris, the Paris Commune. There's where there's, you know, it's like a kind of a revolution that happens in Paris in the 1870s. And while a lot of artists leave Paris, Manet is one of the few artists who return to Paris and kind of man the barricades. And so that's, you know, really, he's really flexing his street cred there. Let me see. We'll talk about the painting here. that we're going to do in a moment. But really towards the end of his life, he's got a bunch of health problems. Does it mention here? Yeah, in April 1883, his left foot is amputated because of gangrene as caused by the syphilis and rheumatism that he'd been suffering with for years. And eventually he dies on April 30th in Paris. And he's buried nearby in the Passy Cemetery. Those last few years, most of what he does is paints small images of still lifes, flowers, and vases. He has a great quote. Manet is credited with stating that an artist can say everything he has to with flowers, fruit, and clouds. Which is, in many ways, true. Like, if you can do a nice, simple still life, then you could do anything, right? And often artists will distill everything they know down into the still life, which, you know, is ironic because often the still life was seen as one of the lowest in the hierarchy of painting genres, at the top being like history painting and genre painting. Genre painting being more like religious imagery. But Manet is saying, like, you know, in many ways the still life is where it's at, because a really good still life, and I think that's probably what he's doing with the flower in the very front of this painting. So maybe let's take a look at today's painting and talk about why it's so important. Why have so many people devoted literally their lives to talking and writing about this painting? What makes it so important, particularly in the overall oeuvre of Manet's work here? Okay, so today's painting is painted in 1882, just about under a year before Manet dies at age 51. And over those last couple of years of his life, he has lots of health issues and is on the decline. And in many ways, this is his final statement. He must have known that he wasn't long for the world at that point, and this is probably the last thing that he really poured all of his energy into. And this painting has been written about and talked about more than most other paintings in all of art history. As I said at the top, you know, besides maybe Mona Lisa's Smile, Leonardo's Last Supper, maybe Picasso's Guernica, maybe Van Gogh's Sunflowers, this painting's probably maybe third or fourth most written about painting of all time. And for some of you, this might be the very first time you've ever seen this painting, but when I was in art school, this painting came up over and over and over and over again. I'm sure I've read, when I was in undergrad and then in graduate school, no less than 4 or 5 essays on this particular painting itself. There's people who have written books, PhD theses on this painting, and for all sorts of reasons. Let me see. Well, I just want to see if I can find the name of the model. Doesn't say her last name. But maybe let's look at, this is the first study that Manet makes for this painting. So this is the original painting he makes. And the woman in the picture here is a barmaid named Suzanne. She was a real person, so this painting is again, it's a realist painting. It's a painting that depicts a real person in a real place. The Folies-Bergère is kind of one of these big bars that sprung up in Paris in what was known as the Belle Époque. The Belle Époque is this period of time of relative peace in France that had followed the French Revolution and Napoleon's rise, and then there's kind of a bit of a return to normal before there's another revolution, the Paris Commune. And so there's kind of this period of time where there's a growing middle class in France, particularly around Paris. And people have got money to spend, and it's really the rise of capitalism within French society. And that had some great pros, but also had some big negatives. And particularly as it affected women. Women were kind of both enjoyed a little bit more freedom than they had in the past, but also were greatly exploited by men, particularly men with money during this time. There's certainly this saying that at the kind of a rise of this time that anything can be bought and anyone can also be bought. And that also applied for women that were working in these bars. Often women were not only serving drinks, but love, as it was put. So that probably applied to this barmaid, bartender Suzanne, as well. And that might explain maybe the look on her face. So the other thing we see in this original composition is it becomes quite clear that she's standing in front of, behind the bar, but in front of this big mirror. And that we as the viewer are looking at her, and that perhaps we are the ones that are reflected in the mirror to the side. That we're the ones standing here in our top hat or bowler's hat, engaged in conversation with this woman. Which is also kind of an interesting thing that Manet is doing. That not only is this person looking at us, but there's this reflection of potentially us in the mirror. Now, obviously, it's not us; it's this guy. But the way that Manet is doing this almost postmodern thing where he's kind of commenting on the viewer and bringing us directly into the painting is very innovative. And it's also quite controversial, because in the next version of this painting, we see this woman, Suzanne, again, with her supposed reflection behind her, and then this figure here, but it's also now more distorted than it was before, right? There has been infinite number of people who've tried to reconcile what's actually going on here, including people who've done virtual reality, computer 3D renderings of this, trying to show how this would make sense. That, if we were to see those two people off on the side, well, this would probably be the angle that we would be looking at it, right? The bar wouldn't be the top of the bar wouldn't be horizontal, parallel to the bottom of the painting. It would be on this diagonal, and everything would be kind of twisted like that. But Manet did not do that. And of course, so many people figured, well, obviously he just made a terrible mistake. Don't be so hard on the guy. And back in the day, people said just that. Like, here's a cartoon which is trying to kind of correct Manet's mistake and saying, this is probably how it should be painted. We should paint this guy standing there, and then the woman kind of in behind, and then their reflections there, and that would make sense. But Manet, who was, a great artist, great, highly educated, thoughtful, intelligent man, did not paint the painting that way. which has caused people, you know, frustration and distress ever since. So for about 150 years, people have been racking their brains trying to figure out what on earth Manet was thinking. How could he either have got it so wrong, or why on earth did he have such a bizarre distortion in this painting? And perhaps one might say Manet deliberately did all of that to create that very same kind of confusion that we're talking about right now. I mean, maybe the fact that we're still talking about this painting and people are still writing their graduate theses on this painting shows maybe why Manet's instincts were right to begin with. And it also goes, it to me introduces this idea into art that perhaps doing it quote-unquote right isn't interesting anymore. That maybe doing it a little bit quote-unquote wrong is the more interesting approach, both conceptually and aesthetically, which for many people is just does not compute. Still to this day doesn't make any sense. That, like, I don't understand. You're telling me that he deliberately did it wrong? That just sounds like an excuse for a bad painting, quite frankly. And as I said, there are many people who said that literally at the time this painting was first exhibited. That, well, he's an old man. I mean, clearly he's losing his mind. He's got syphilis, and they've got to cut his foot off because he's dying. Well, maybe his brain was all jumbled up and he didn't know what on earth he was doing. And then there's other people who looked at this and were like, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but the fact that it is kind of weird and kind of ambiguous and strange is exactly why I love this painting. That it is you know, it's a little bit like rock and roll, right? It's loud and maybe the lyrics don't make perfect sense, and it's, you know, noisy, you know, like think of distortion on a guitar, you know, the kinds of things that aren't clean and straightforward. Maybe we can't understand the lyrics properly and people gotta lean in extra close, and maybe the music sometimes is too loud to hear what the singer's singing. All those kinds of things that we might look at today as, yeah, we just accept that as just normal. Back then was just seen as like you either get it or you don't, and even if you don't, you might like that you don't get it. So artists from this point on start to really play with maybe distortions and perspective being skewed and maybe impossible. Some of the artists that really look up to Manet would be that new group of artists who become known as the Impressionists. Artists, maybe another proto-impressionist painter like Paul Cézanne, who we've talked about a few times. We're going to be doing another Cézanne painting in a few weeks. And Cézanne's paintings often have very skewed perspective, where plates seem like they're just about to slip off a table, or the fruit in a bowl the fruit's just going to roll off because things are all kind of askew. And of course, the artists that fall in love with that kind of thing more than any are Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, right? Braque, who goes on to invent Cubism with Picasso, look at paintings like this, and particularly Paul Cézanne's paintings, and are like, whoa, I love how weird and enigmatic this painting is. What if we just took this and dialed it up to 11, like in Spinal Tap, right? And just go and blow people's minds completely away. So that's why many people see Édouard Manet as the father of not only Impressionism, but of modern art itself, in that he's ushering in a whole new approach to painting, a whole new approach to composition that kind of defies the logic of the past. And that, I mean, we also think about how this coincides right at the rise of photography. And photography is really the tyranny of the one point, singular point of view, of the monocular vision. A camera sees with one eye. And many artists of this period are like, well, okay, we're all out of business. The camera overnight is able to take pictures of everything in seconds and make infinite prints from that. As painters, what on earth are we going to do to survive, or should we just find something else to do with our lives? And I think what Manet is doing here is saying, yeah, we can survive. In fact, we can do things that a camera can't ever do. We can really play with things and make strange paint images that are physically impossible. You start to see why the artists who become known as the surrealists love paintings like this, because they're just like, well, if we could make a picture in which the mirror is sort of doesn't make logic sense. Like, some people have said that the mirror represents the future, the conversation she's about to have, or it's a time-traveling device to show us the conversation she just had, right? This is a parallel universe we're seeing unfolding before us. And so the surrealists are thinking, well, what if instead of a mere image of her in behind, we have a picture of the crowd, everyone's floating in the air, or instead of human beings, they're animals in top hats and gowns, right? Or maybe there's sunlight coming in through the windows, but on one side of the painting we have moonlight coming in through the other window, like things that are temporally impossible, right? So it's things like this that kind of crack open the mind of the viewer and of generations of artists going forward as to what is possible. Let me see. What are some other things that I can just mention just briefly? I mean, many people talk about her expression, the sort of blank expression, as sort of mirroring that of the contemporary person, kind of just being a bit of in a daze, a daydream state where life is changing so radically that people just don't know what's going on and just feel kind of lost. You know, the same sort of thing that many people today feel, you know, when they think of artificial intelligence and they think, oh man, like, am I going to have a job in 5 years, or is AI going to put us all out of work? Like, what is going on? Right? People talk about her potentially being, you know, not just, again, selling drinks, but also her body, and her kind of having this kind of existential moment where she's like just thinking about all of the terrible things she's had to do to make a living. You know, many of the things we see here, like these oranges, are often seen as a symbol of fertility and sexuality. You know, she's standing here with her arms open. Some see that as kind of her inviting the viewer to, you know, to sexualize her, that she's, you know, that she is literally for sale. Other things people talk about are not only do we have like champagne and wine, but we have these beers. This particular beer, Bass beer, is an English beer, and that also shows the increasing tourism from England and from other countries as being important. We also see in the top left corner this woman on a trapeze. We just see her legs. But that was also quite common at the time, that you would have all sorts of craziness going on in these bars. You'd have live music, you'd have acrobats and dancers circulating through the crowd. There's lots of stuff going on in this painting. And as I said, we can kind of talk about it endlessly. You know, despite the fact that most people would say that this is a mirrored image, and particularly even Manet suggests that with his earlier painting, I also feel it's not totally out of the realm for this to be an image. You know, perhaps this is also a bar in the middle of the room, and that this is not her at all, but just another woman serving drinks to another guy. I mean, I've been in many bars where the bar isn't up against a wall with a mirror behind it, but the bar is in the middle of the room. I'm just putting that out there because most people just generally accept that this is a mirror and it can't be anything beyond that. And I think it's more than likely what Manet's doing. But it's also entirely possible that this is, we're seeing this, a different person entirely behind her. You know, some people will say, well, this golden line that's going behind there, that's the golden frame of the painting, or of the mirror, sorry. And so it can't be anything else than a mirror behind her. But I don't know. It could also be, there could be just some kind of low railing separating this one side of the bar from the other, just to avoid these women bumping into each other as they're serving drinks. I don't know. I love this quote. Christina says, she looks like she's wondering if this is as good as it gets for her. I love that. Totally. Yeah, absolutely. You know, if we look at this, maybe let's look at the version I've got here. I think it's a little bit higher resolution. Right? You know, I'm sure we've all had that expression on our face at one time. You know, every time, if you ride on public transit and maybe your phone is dead, there's probably a lot of people who are just like, is this, I guess this is my life, huh? Just another 40 years of this before I retire, if I can ever afford to retire, right? And so that's, yeah, absolutely could be her expression, right? So anyway, this painting has been talked about ad nauseum, and I've contributed to a little bit of that nausea myself. So I think it's time for us to try to paint it. And there are links in the video description. I think I've put them there already, to dozens of videos that you can watch to get a little bit more information about this painting, as well as many of the other paintings by Manet. Fascinating character. Manet, as I said, was seen as, is considered to be the father of Impressionism, even though he was more interested in, he was sort of one of those guys who didn't want to be a part of a club. Although while many of the Impressionist painters were kind of created their own exhibition outside of the regular salon, Manet himself was really determined to work within the salon system. And rather than sort of being a revolutionary like the younger generation, he was kind of one of those guys who's like, I want to see if I can transform the art world from within. I'm going to try to, you know, get these old guys who control the art world I'm going to gently move them forward in my own direction. And, you know, in a way I would consider Manet to be more like an Alfred Hitchcock figure or a Steven Spielberg figure, neither of whom would be considered, you know, like revolutionary figures. It's not like they were creating movies that were, you know, that generate, I mean, they generate a certain amount of controversy, but not as outrageous as, you know, some filmmaker like Quentin Tarantino or something, right? That both Spielberg and Hitchcock generally have kind of worked within the Hollywood system and have created great things that have created, you know, major, that have inspired generations of filmmakers, but wouldn't be necessarily considered amongst the most controversial filmmakers of all time. Other things that, just before I move on, that Manet's well known for is mounting his own art exhibitions. Him and Gustave Courbet, who would be the two great rivals, I think, at this particular time. This kind of time, who kind of ushered in the Impressionist period, were the first to rent out an exhibition space and have their own giant solo exhibition right next to the salon. I think Manet did his first in 1867, and it is, you know, one of those things that certainly drew a lot of attention to him, for better or worse, where people are like, the audacity to have your own salon right next to the salon, so that everyone who goes and sees all, like, the thousands of other paintings afterwards pays an extra nickel or so to go see your show, in which you have yourself over the past year created like 200 or 300 new paintings. Like, that's the scale and the speed at which this guy is painting, which is just mind-boggling to most people. Even other artists who are just like, how does this guy sleep? How does he make so much artwork? It's kind of outrageous. Okay. Christy says, yes, it's as good as it gets for her, especially in the service industry, for sure. Sadiq asks a question, which is better, oil or acrylic? We'll get to that here in a moment. Barbara says, just enjoying the lecture tonight. It's coming up to midnight here, so I'm not staying long. Christine says, when are they going to cut me? I'm ready to go. Yes, we've all been there, maybe in one of our jobs, where you're like, really? There's nobody here. Surely I can go home, right? Maybe should we close a little early? Right? I think we've all been in a restaurant where the staff is just staring at you while you're eating your hamburger, like, as soon as you finish, we can all go home, so certainly don't, you know, if you could eat a little bit faster, everyone here would be appreciative, right? Yeah, Christina says, I also wonder if the reflection is of people sitting in a mezzanine area, so they're a little bit elevated. That does sort of look like perhaps you've got, you know, maybe a balcony here, and these people are sitting up there, and that there's maybe a crowd of people down there below. That does make a lot of sense. Yeah, absolutely. Just quickly, before I move on here, Sadiq asks, which is better, oil or acrylic? I don't know. That's a question artists have been arguing about for the past 50 years. 50 years ago, if you would ask people would say, well, obviously oils. Acrylic is just is plastic. It's garbage. It's people. No serious artist is going to paint with acrylic. And then you had artists like Andy Warhol, amongst the first artists to use acrylic, and later on David Hockney, who tried to really make that material work, and they did. And now the vast majority of people use acrylic paint, and which is why these classes are in acrylic. If I had been teaching this class even just 15 years ago, I probably would have been doing them in oil. But really, over the past 20 years, there's been this complete flip from oil into acrylic, because acrylic is much easier to paint with at home. The cleanup is way easier. When you're painting with oil paints, which they themselves are no more toxic than acrylic paint, but to clean up after oils, you need things like turpentine or odorless mineral spirits, both of which are quite toxic. So, and you know, acrylic paint dries almost instantly, whereas oil paint can take months to dry. So if you have roommates, well, and you put an oil painting on a shelf to dry, well, you have to hope that your roommates aren't going to bump into it and knock it over onto the floor, and the paint's going to smudge and make a big mess. With acrylic, you can paint on it, you know, put it on kitchen counter. People can touch it. I mean, you probably don't want them touching it with their fingers after they just ate French fries, but it's it's more stable in that sense that it's dry almost instantly. So, yeah, you know, I don't know. You're not going to be able to find. I mean, some people will say acrylic is better than oil, or oil is better than acrylic, but you can't. It would be intellectually dishonest for me to say that one is objectively better than the other, and that we can all agree that certainly oil is truly the best paint. It really depends. It depends on which you like to use better. You know, it'd be like saying what's better, acrylic or watercolor, or what's better, guitar or piano, or what's better, hockey or football. Right? Or what's better, sushi or pizza? Right? I mean, some people prefer one over the other, but can we really say that one is legitimately better than the other? I don't know. Okay, a couple questions about the music that we're hearing. So the music is by a friend of mine named Sam Davidson, and I'll just put the link here. I think it's in the description below, but this is his Bandcamp. This is his most recent album, and this is a painting I made for that album, and so you can listen to all those songs on there. I don't think any of the songs that you're hearing will be on there, but I think some of the songs in previous albums, like this album, you might hear some of that music in the background at times. I think you'll probably also hear songs off of this album in the background. And what's another album? And this album. I think many of the songs from these three albums are songs that you're probably hearing in the background. And I designed almost all of his album art. So I did all these three. I came up with that. So almost all of them are images that I've designed. Some of these are not mine, those two. But yeah. Great friend of mine, Sam, and I, we've collaborated. We've gone on tour together, just him and I, him performing music and me making art in real time. Yeah, one of my best friends, one of the best men at my wedding and everything. Wild background sky. I'm not sure what that means. Love your paintings for your friend's album, Michael. Thank you. Oh, maybe this photo here. So I think originally that was some water. He took a picture that he really kind of found inspiring, and then I kind of transformed this into this pink water. Anyway, I appreciate, and of course you can buy his album, support him, download his music. I highly encourage that. I think it's about time that we're now almost 2 hours into this episode that we start painting, right? I mean, at some point we got to do it, right? So let's get some paint on the palette and start the process of painting. So I'm going to start out by just putting some paint onto my palette. Now, I personally like putting all the colors on my palette when I'm painting. But, you know, if you're watching this episode after it's aired, you have the benefit of being able to kind of scroll ahead and see which colors I've used, because there might be some of these colors I might not use, or might not use at least for the first few hours or something perhaps, and you can decide then whether you want to put those colors on your palette at that stage or now. I do have to get, I don't think there's much yellow left in here. Okay, so I'm just going to grab another tube of yellow. Pink water, wow. Might be a little bit too much yellow there. Anyway, what I'm going to do here is just mix up a black. We could use really any color for our underpainting, but I just want something relatively dark that I can use that's going to show through maybe subsequent layers of paint. Now, as I said, I probably put a bit too much yellow down and a little bit too much red, so that's why this color looks kind of brown, is because it's yellow and red make a orange, and then when we add blue to it, it goes brown. So there's not enough blue here to pull that brown into the center. So that's what we're going to do now. And sometimes I overdo it and put too much blue, and then it pulls that blue right through the neutral core all the way back to the other side, and then we get something that's maybe green or purple. I do think I'd put a little bit too much blue in here, so it is a little bit more slightly bluish greenish color, but that's okay. All of this is going to get covered up with paint later on anyway, so I'm not going to be super sticky on mixing the right color. So let's zoom in a bit here. So you may or may not be able to see right now, but one of the things that happened was the Imprimatura I applied here has actually obliterated many of my pencil lines. So I'm actually going to go back to my outline that I did and use this as a little bit of reference to help me. So I'm not going to go around and detail everything. This is just to help me identify where the kind of the edges of things are, so as I paint, they don't get too covered up. I'll still be able to see where they are. I would also say this, especially if I paint a little bit more quickly, gives me a little bit of a feeling of maybe how Manet painted. Kind of the looseness of his mark making, of his brush. Okay, this flower is mostly completely fallen apart, so that's going to be interesting. Maybe quickly fill this in. to go all the way to the far left here, so I can stay above the wet paint. This is the woman on the trapeze. To the bottom left corner here now. So there are more bottles to the left here. I think I'm just going to keep it to these. There's more than enough information here to keep me busy for hours, so any little bits I can eliminate, I'm going to. Which I know is kind of sacrilegious to, you know, look at a great painting and just say, I'm gonna take a few unnecessary things out, but, you know, there's only so much time in the day. And if I can eliminate a few things to make my life a little bit easier, I'm going to do just that. So I mean, little things like this vase of flowers that he's put right up front. I mean, this is the kind of thing that he would make, you know, most of it is the last paintings of his life were a whole bunch of these little vases and flowers. So there's a bit of showing off going on right here. Right? He wants us all to know that, yeah, maybe this painting is kind of a little bit confusing and weird, but it's not like he doesn't know how to paint. Right? He's just reminding us that I'm a great painter, and what you're seeing in front of you is a great painting, whether you understand it or not. Right? It's like you can't deny the quality of this painting just because you don't like what it's about. Which is pretty audacious. He's almost kind of like challenging the viewer to not like it. Like, you can still buy this Bass beer at liquor stores and certain bars and restaurants. This one with a little triangle logo on it, you see in the bottom right corner. So there's your pop art back in the late 1850s, or 1862. 100 years before Andy Warhol paints Campbell's soup cans, we've got Édouard Manet painting beer bottles. I have to think about this hand. So if that's probably her thumb, I don't know, do I want to paint all that stuff there? Yes, Bass Pale Ale. I think I mentioned that earlier, but that's awesome that you looked it up. Yeah. And actually, since you mentioned that, I think I'm just going to go back. I don't think I did these labels, but... Okay. Sorry for the sniffling. Okay, let me see. Excuse me. I think I'm coming up with a little bit of a cold. My ears have been having a bit of an earache, so I had a big long sleep last night, hoping that would make me feel better, but we'll see if how well I last here. Now we've got the underpainting completed, let's start putting in some color. And I want to start with the background because it's generally where I like to start. Start in the background, then work my way forward, and then sometimes go back to the background, work on there for a little bit, and do these kind of cycles through the painting. And ideally leaving the last few brushstrokes on the foreground so that they're literally in front of things in the background. So, let's go back to the original and just think about where to start here. Now, interestingly enough, there's a lot of black in that background. Not a lot of, I mean, there is gray, but it's pretty striking how that area is, you know, even there's a bunch of like relatively warm colors back there. What's a good place to start here? I mean, I guess we could start anywhere, but I want to look, I generally want to go for the biggest shapes possible to start. So I think what I'm going to do is maybe mix this dark blue and then this brown, maybe the chandelier, and then I'll probably use a bunch of those colors for the figures in front. Okay. So that blue, now I think that's a warmer blue. I'm still going to paint it with a cooler blue anyway, just to help create a sense of depth here. So I'm going to take, where should I do this? Should I do this right here? So I'm going to add a bit of white in here because I do want to have a bit more separation between the foreground and background. Just making a bigger batch. Once I kind of decided, okay, I think I like how that looks. Now I'm going to make a bigger batch. You know, it's sort of like making cookies and you're going to make 1,000 cookies. Well, you might want to test that recipe and make sure the first, 5 of them taste good. And if those taste good, then we can talk about tripling and quadrupling the recipe, right? Well, we want to make sure that it tastes good to start. Now this color is definitely different than the original. I'll put it side by side. You can see this is a cool gray. But I'm going to start with this. And if I decide it's totally wrong, then I can certainly alter it. But I'm going to start here. So let's zoom in. Right, as I always say, my goal at this stage is not to get the color right, just to kind of get a close enough, get the general hue in, paint it blue as opposed to purple or green or something. Then once that's in place, then I can start kind of trying to get so-called closer to the real color. dry brush all that. And then this area under the balcony. Let's get a bit of that. Or no, I guess that's her body's there. So that's not supposed to be there at all. His body's there. So I suppose... yeah, I guess that's it. Okay. So I'm just going to take a little bit more white here, mix that in. So I know these grays and things are much more warmer, but I'm going to kind of underlie them with a bit more of cooler colors so that they kind of pop later on, or that those cool colors at least kind of pull the anything that's warm on top of them a little bit further backwards in space. Okay. I wonder if I can transform this into a bit of a cool brown. Let's take our cool red, cool yellow, and just gonna grind it right in here where this kind of blue was. That's pretty good. That for these posts. Fuzzy Hebrew says, hello, is phthalo blue a warm or cool blue? Phthalo blue is usually a cool blue. Phthalo is quite cool. But how about, don't have to take my word for it. Let's go, in fact, I have a link, I think this is in the description below. Oh, sorry, this isn't on screen. Sorry, 1 second. So it should be in the video description, I think, below there. Oh, it looks like that. Look at that. Phthalo blue, according to Gamblin, is warm. Phthalo green, though, is cool. Huh. There you go. So I'm wrong. Phthalo blue is a warmer blue. I mean, this is definitely like a very, very dark navy. That's why I would have thought that was a very warm color. But phthalo blue is warm. Okay. Well, just to prove to you that I am not always right. I'll put that link in the description. Gamblin, I think, is the best oil paint brand that you can use. The guy who started Gamblin was the former the head of conservation at the National Gallery in Washington, D.C. And so when he left there, he left to start his own brand of acrylics, or not acrylics, oil paints. And yeah, awesome company. I've met them. I've gone there to the factory in Portland, Oregon, and met the staff there. Awesome place. Fuzzy Hebrew says, well, that means I only own warm blues. Time for a trip to Michael's. Yes. It's good to have, you know, a variety of colors that are they're either warm or cool. So you've got the full spectrum of color temperature to use. So that you don't just have to be forced to use one color. You've got more options there. Okay, I'm gonna mix a bit more of this. This one now with a little bit less of that blue in there. A bit more of a red dominant brown. Okay, I feel like I want to straighten some of these lines up. Now, I'm not sure if I can find my rulers here. Huh, I don't know if I've got a ruler around. I'm just gonna improvise here. Little Hardy says, "Hey Mark." Hi. Okay, got that stuff in place. I think I'm going to mix a bit of cream color that I'm going to use throughout the background there. So I just took my cool yellow, mixed it back into this mixture with a little bit more white. So there was browns that I've been building up here. This is all cool colors. And I'm going to apply that around the background, which can eventually just be like skin tones and things back there. For it to do this light. In fact, let's take a bit more of this yellow and white. I'm going to put that up in the chandelier here. Oh yeah, and this big area in behind, that's another one of these. Let's take some of this yellow again, bit of cool red. And notice how I'm kind of painting up and over top of many of my lines, so there aren't little gaps in between. Because Manet's style's pretty seamless. There's not, as I said, I looked for that Imprimatura, and it's pretty well disguised under paint there, so it's not leaving many of those clues between colors. Everything interlocks pretty well. Okay. Anything else big back there that I want to tackle at the moment? Maybe that table? Let's take a little bit of white, cool blue. Just to muddy it up a bit. I know this is going to be a different, more warmer blue when I get done with it, but I'm just going to put this in here right now. And you know, since I've got that there, and apparently this is a mirror, I'm gonna go ahead and paint my foreground with this cool blue. Like, you notice how I kind of painted through the glass a little bit like that, just so that like some of those colors come through? Probably should have done that with that brown. How about that frame? Ah. Okay, again, colors are totally off. That's okay. That's not the point at this stage here, getting all that right. I'm just blocking in shapes. Feeling good about this so far. As I start kind of just circling around, getting basic colors in place. My priority was really kind of trying to get the cool colors in the background. I can then paint warm colors over top of them, and that's going to keep those cool colors pulled back. A little bit of the exception is this really cool blue at the bottom. I'm probably going to put a lot of white and warm blue in there, so just little hints of that are going to show through anyway. So mostly I'm just covering up that yellow. Just trying to think if I'm ready to move on to the foreground for a little bit here next. I think so. Now that I've got my background established or started, not finished by any means, the colors are in many places totally different than what they will be eventually, I want to start working on the foreground, because I've got all this yellow here where the I guess 2 figures or 3 figures, depending on the way you want to think about this reflection, if it is indeed a reflection or not. I want to start getting them and those bottles in place. That's really going to get rid of most of that bright yellow, and then I can focus on then dialing the colors and getting the particular painting or brush technique that Édouard Manet is using in this painting. So let's look at the original. Where should we start? I think I want to start with some skin tones. So let's mix up a flesh color for her. So I'm going to take my warm yellow, a little bit of warm red, no, it's a bit too much. And a good helping of white. See, it's still very orangey. Let's take way more white. Not bad. And let's take a little bit of warm blue. Let's bring this in. That's starting to get there. Okay. Now, what do you think on her chest here. Is that bear skin? Not animal bear, but is that her chest, or is there some kind of cloth there? It's very hard to tell. I think that's her skin. So I'm gonna paint this right up here. It looks like it's definitely very pale. I'm sorry, I can't see what I'm doing. Razzie says, can you make a video on bird's eye perspective drawing? Woo. That would be, that's Well, I do plan on making more drawing videos this year. That is a good one. I like that though. That's definitely a topic which I didn't cover in the drawing class. Okay, I'm liking that. That already helps. I'm just gonna write down your idea for the bird's eye drawing. Great, thank you, Razzie, for the suggestion. Okay, got her. Should we? What should we do next? What about a brown? Probably, well, no, I was gonna say I should have done that before this, but that's okay. So let's put a bit more yellow in there. Start out with a lighter, well, you know, that's a good dark brown. I'm going to use this for her hair. That's very reddish brown, isn't it? Well, I'm going to use it for bottle. I guess this is not quite red enough. It's It's funny how one color can look very different in different places. The same color. I'm gonna paint this over top of my browns. This is gonna warm this brown up down here. Like that. Okay. I'm gonna put a bit more yellow in here. I'm looking at the bottles. I'm just trying to think of how I want to do the bottles. Do I want to do a layer of brown and then kind of glaze it, yeah. I'm going to do this kind of brown underneath and then put a green over top of it. Again, I really don't think there's any harm in putting the so-called wrong color in your painting. If anything, it's going to make the painting look more interesting and more complex as it develops. I'm just going to use this in these oranges. It's a darker color here. Oh, her hair. Time for T2. Which is a great brand of tea in Australia. T2. What should we... Let's do... that dark blue. So... that dark blue is... it's our ultramarine and black. I'm gonna start out though with a little bit of a gray, just to overcome a bit of that yellow, and then I can paint blue over top of it later. One thing I gotta say is painting in this way, kind of Manet style, is quite fun. Right? I mean, right now I am just kind of blocking things in, but really I'm gonna try to approach this whole painting in the same way that I'm painting right now, which is to be as painterly as possible. This guy, I'm going to add a little bit more white into this mixture here. getting there. I'm getting things just starting to fill in. The same color. This is my warm blue, my ultramarine blue, plus some white, just adding more white this time. You know what? I'm just gonna use the same color for her pants down, or I guess the bottom of her dress, or what, I don't know what you call this, the blouse under here, maybe? Excuse me. Mix a green. I do feel like her hair needs a bit more of a reddish quality just to bring it in line with this one. Even though I'm going to change them, I do want them to be kind of symmetrical. So. Take my cool blue, cool yellow, make this bright green. let's just see what happens if I start painting this green on these bottles. Mixing up a nice bright orange. Just gonna put on top of. I guess it's too yellowy, but. Next, I think I want to tackle the table and try to bring that a little bit closer in line with the real thing. Because now that the colors are, basically blocked in the entire painting now. So now I can start to try to refine and get closer to the original. So, this table, it's mostly a warm blue and white. Ooh, I like there was a little bit of brown on my brush that got in there. I kind of like that though. Let's take a look. Oops. How is he painting that? Okay, let's I'm gonna zoom in. So I think he's starting with a darker color. This is the same color I used for the clothes earlier. And he's kind of painting these. I think these are supposed to be kind of maybe like the veins in this marble, perhaps. Started with that bigger brush. Now I'm going to a smaller brush. You notice how I'm not just sticking around in one corner of the painting, getting that perfected before I move on. I want to make sure that all of this is kind of well spread out through the painting. So if I've got a color, I want to use it and incorporate it so I don't have like different, the whole area looks kind of different than the other. In there. So again, my goal here is not to completely finish this area. It's just to kind of get it really started. And I like that kind of peachy color that I see in a few places. So I'm going to take the same peachy flesh tone I used earlier. It's going to bring it down in here, mix it into those colors a little bit, and then just apply it. In fact, I forgot to do this little area up here. I find that super interesting that right down here this color looks very kind of brown and fleshy. Then I put it up there on her neck and it looks, you know, blue and gray. Right? It's wild how colors can be so relative to one another. Okay, I'm starting to feel pretty good about the foreground here. I mean, obviously it's nowhere near done, but I'm thinking I've got things pretty well established that I might be able to go back to the background again here. Just looking at this, seeing if there's anything egregious missing at this stage. I mean, there's the buttons on her dress. Those can be some of the final touches. It doesn't, in fact, it would probably be easier. Well, yeah, I can do that later. Maybe it's going to take a little bit of that blue. I'm going to come into her clothes back here. Just notice her thumb is poking out on the other side of that vase. How am I doing for time? So basically started really painting about an hour and a half ago. And that's where I'm at. That's pretty good. I did get a little glob of paint on my hand. Let's see if I accidentally have a big glob of texture somewhere here. Then could be a problem later. I think I'm ready to move on back to the background. And well, actually, maybe just before I do this, I just want to see how my lines are doing here. Sorry, my head's probably in the way for much of this. Okay, so I'm just doing a little bit of that because essentially now that I've got the painting, the Imprimatura covered up, one might even consider this to be an underpainting. And so sometimes artists would go to this stage and then stop and move into oil paints going forward, now that I've got kind of the basics in place. Obviously, I'm going to continue the whole thing in acrylic, but it's just, I just want to kind of make sure, you know, basic structure is working. Nothing really egregious. It's often the stuff I don't notice until hours after the painting. I'm looking and I'm like, ah, this line goes here and then continues strangely. And in the original, it kind of does that in a few places, right? You can see, you know, if we take a ruler and draw that line going through her chest, that's probably the top of that line. That bottom line there is probably the top, right? We can see the same things here. It seems to be rising a little bit. So there's a number of inconsistencies, like this appears to be going straight and then it kind of seems to be rising back there. You know, obviously, again, we could say that, oh man, Matisse, what a sloppy, terrible artist. Or a couple things, was he trying to do something deliberate, or did he just not care? And again, those are things that like the cubists really picked up on, is like, you know, if we kind of play with that horizon line, kind of not necessarily going straight across, but kind of jumps markedly up, then it suggests that the viewer's position has changed. Like you could say, oh, well, the artist made a mistake. But the cubist would suggest that instead of looking at it from this angle, maybe you've gone down and you're looking at it from this angle, or you're looking down, and that's why the horizon isn't consistent throughout. And so that's potentially little things that Manet is doing, is suggesting that the viewer is not stable. He's not just like on a camera on a tripod, but the viewer is moving around, and maybe he's chatting this lady up and leaning down, hey, how you doing? Hell yeah, you're right. Maybe moving around, and therefore those lines are kind of also moving. The perspective is dynamic. Now, that sounds all and good for Édouard Manet, one of the greatest artists in human history. My painting, however, if I do things like that, especially at this small scale, it's more likely that people, including myself, will look at it and be like, yeah, I know that's happening in that big painting. In my painting, though, maybe it's my, you know, OCD or something is like, oh, that looks too sloppy. So we could have a conversation as to whether it's a, you know, I should be trying to quote-unquote fix it or just leave it. For me, those are the kinds of things that later on are going to irk me. I'll say that, you know, this painting it's a big painting. Like, you probably wouldn't be able to reach edge to edge with your arms all the way outstretched. And so you're often unless you're standing all the way on the opposite side of the room, you probably can't see this painting in its entirety. Obviously, you take a photograph of it as you can, but when you're standing in front of it, those details become much, much harder to perceive. Those lines not being super consistent. So again, is it a mistake or is it deliberate? Most people would say that it was deliberate, those are things that Manet is tinkering and playing with. Like this Stanley Kubrick kind of attention to detail. Stanley Kubrick, the filmmaker, director who did The Shining, Eyes Wide Shut, Doctor Strangelove 2001, was famous for doing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of takes of very simple things. Like a guy picks up a mug and sets it down, and Kubrick would be like, "Well, let's do it again. I don't like how that looked. Okay, I don't really know how else I can lift a mug and take a sip, but whatever. No, don't like that. Try it again." And so, we're tinkering with such minute little things that becomes almost imperceptible, so that when things like that are left in the film, or in this case the painting, you have to be like, it's hard to believe that he overlooked that. Everything else in the painting is done so deliberately. It must be on purpose. Okay. Now that our background and foreground have been filled in quite roughly with approximate colors, I want to go in now to the background and really do some hard work here. And I want to start putting in the figures, the trapeze artist, work on the chandelier and the lights. That's also going to include maybe this mezzanine and the floor beneath. I think that's the most. I think the figure and the countertops, the three figures, I'm going to kind of keep those to the foreground, I think, just for our purpose. I think, right? And I mean, obviously, there might be a couple colors that are on my brush that I use elsewhere, but so let's dive back in here. And I could also say that it wouldn't surprise me if, like, Manet had basically done the painting like I have here, and then he might have gone back to the bar a few times, maybe even have made a little sketch or brought his notebook, just writing down colors to see, to refine this a little bit. So, excuse me. So this primarily here is what I'm going to focus on for maybe the next 45 minutes. These areas in behind. Again, colors. Man, it makes me a little bit anxious because I almost feel like he's using one blue for this whole painting. Like this really dark navy. I mean, it's not too different than the color I use. See, my fear is that there's so much black in the background that it's going to feel like it's right on the same plane as the foreground. Well, I'm going to keep it cool. I'm going to keep my warm and cool color process still intact here, even though this painting, more so than many others, is really challenging it. And I think I'm now just going to move to a smaller brush. So I'm going to take my black, take my white, mix up this gray. I'm going to put my cool blue in here. But I'm also going to take a little bit of warm blue as well. And because I think there's maybe it's cobalt perhaps that he's using there. And cobalt is kind of about as lukewarm or, you know, room temperature kind of a blue as you can get. So, and also, what's going on right here? Is this another chandelier right behind her head? No, I don't think it's right behind her head. I think just for my sake, I'm going to eliminate that because I think it's just going to make my painting kind of too confusing. Now this is just my black with some cool blue in it. Here's all these like top hats and things going on back here. move from there temporarily over to this other side. And just kind of continue. Actually, maybe I'm going to start back with this lighter blue that I had earlier. Now this is some kind of smoke. I'm gonna just leave that. I'll come back and kind of deal with that a bit more later on here. Actually, I'm going to come back in with a little bit more of this lighter blue that I used earlier and just kind of use it to kind of as if there's like little highlights on clothes. Let's come back to this other side here. Let's see if I can get any white out of this. So this white that I'm using is a pretty dirty white, and that's okay. I kind of like using colors when they're not pure right out of the tube. It just makes things look way more complex. And you know, often I see when people are beginning, they always want fresh, brand new paint. Personally, my favorite part is when my colors start to kind of get a little bit messy and excuse me. Sorry, it's gross sniffling like that. I should have been doing some of the same work down here this whole time. Okay, let's tackle that before I forget. It's the same sort of thing. So we're putting all these little, you know, I guess you could call them like impressionist dabs of paint down all over. Fuzzy Hebrew says, I'm really liking how this is coming together. Thank you, my friend. That's awesome. I appreciate the support. That's cool. Yeah, well, we'll see. I'm going to take the support, and because I'll probably need it as this painting unfolds. There's still plenty to go, and it's this painting is, I'm sure, going to take a few detours. And I always, you know, I like to describe a painting like a roller coaster. There's always some unexpected bumps along the road, along the ride. And as long as I keep that in mind, that it's not going to go totally smoothly, that there's going to be some surprises, then life is a lot easier, right? It's when I expect it all to just go perfectly, then I set myself up for disappointment. But I appreciate that. Thank you for your support. Let's zoom back. Oh, no, that was right. This needed to zoom in. And once again, it's important to keep in mind that this painting is but 4.5 times larger, the original, than the canvas I'm painting on right now. So I probably am not going to go too much further detail-wise than what I've got here. It just isn't really worth my time. What else? I think I need a little bit of a flesh tone with a little bit of more of a peachy reddish quality to it. So I just wiped off the excess paint. Oops, I'm going to use my cool red. I'm going to use my cool red and my cool yellow. A little bit more yellow and white. Get a bit of that peachy color going. So these are like both maybe faces and hands in the crowd. I'll put a bit down here again too. I think I'm just going to make a little bit even more red on there for a few little... That might be a bit much. Oh well. Excuse me. Okay, I think I want a bit of a cool yellow and some white. Let's bring, oops, that's maybe a bit too much. feel like I need more blue in here. Let's get a bit more white. My warm blue and cool blue. It's too dark. Let's take this same color, just bring it up. Oops. Bring it up here. Now I realize this is not exactly how he painted these chandeliers, but he's using oil paint, and he can apply paint, let it sit there on the canvas, and 4 hours later, a week later, go back in and blend those colors together in a way that I just can't with acrylic paint. So I'm sort of taking a slightly different direction on that. Okay, let's work on these pillars a bit more again. I'm gonna take my cool yellow, cool red, maybe just a touch of cool blue. I'm just going to take a little bit of black and put this in here. Just a little bit more of a muddy color. So now I'm kind of sharpening up some of these lines here. Take a bit more of my blue. Oh, it was a bit more than I expected. Get a kind of slightly purpley color. use that same color for this other pillar on the far left. In here as well, just slightly modifying it. Back in the opposite direction, get my darker color back here. Just clean this edge up. Okay, I think I want to do some more, highlights. Like there's a trapeze artist up here. But I want to maybe move away from the background for a little bit here so that I can focus on the foreground, because there's still lots of work to do there. And then if there's time, I'll kind of come back. I guess there's this thing. I want to do this kind of smoky stuff now. I kind of maybe shouldn't I? It's gonna get a bit more of this. Okay, well maybe I will paint this, the balcony, I guess, mezzanine area next. Okay. And then I think I will move on from that and start working on the foreground, and then come back to the background and, you know, tinker if I feel like I need to. So I've got this dirty area of paint here, which I know for some people would, you know, is a terrible little thing, but I want to continue mixing my colors into this dirty paint like this. I mean, obviously that makes it really hard for other people to as in terms of a recipe, match this color. But for me, this is like a really neat kind of color that I'm going to use, because I want this kind of mustardy color here, and I want to take advantage of the messiness of my palette. It often gives me really beautiful colors that would be very hard just to deliberately mix. And, you know, again, I notice often when I'm teaching people that they will even throw the paint out, you know, halfway through and get a whole new set of clean, bright colors. I get it. I understand why people do that, but I think as the palette gets dirtier, the colors get better. Be careful about tossing out all of the great stuff that the colors you've acquired over the course of mixing your palette for hours and hours. Can't really see what shapes are in here. I kind of like this color too. I'm going to use this for the for at least part.
I missed something.
Oh my goodness.
Can you say it again?
Gosh. My Amazon thing there just scared the bejesus out of me there. Just. Oh my goodness. Okay, Echo, stop. Started whispering to me. Oh my goodness. Like as if it's like some little demon that's hiding in the corner of the studio. Oh gosh. Okay. I like that. Okay, so that kind of smoke, I think that's what that is. I think for the first time I'm going to use a little bit of glazing fluid just to make my paint a bit more transparent so that I can do those areas without completely obliterating the color below. In fact, you know what? I should blow dry that so the paint will sit on top nicely. Okay. So I would say there's probably 3-to-1 glazing fluid over to paint. So this is going to be quite transparent. There's still a lot of white in there, and so white is quite opaque. So that's going to dramatically affect how transparent it'll be. Probably not super transparent, but just enough that things beneath are going to come through. Let's see, I should put these side by side on there. That's great, I like that. So Manet, instead of using glazing fluid, because he didn't have acrylics back then, would have just used probably a higher amount of linseed oil and probably turpentine is what he would have also mixed in there to create these kind of semi-transparent areas. Move over here and do that same thing to this side. Brian says, hello, I've recently been looking over your drawing tutorials class and it's really bringing my ability to draw again. Thank you for your very useful and fun classes and videos. Awesome! Thanks, Brian. That makes me super happy to hear. I'm glad that you find those useful and you're able to express yourself a little bit more through drawing. Makes me really, really happy. I'm glad that you chimed in, you found me live here and said hello. That's very cool. I love that those classes, years after we did them, are still providing people some help. Of course, as always, you know, I still give people feedback on their drawings on my monthly free feedback episodes, so totally free if you want to join the Facebook group and upload what you've been working on in those classes or subsequent things. I'd be more than happy to congratulate you as well as to offer any possible advice or give you a little critique. But awesome, thanks Brian. I really appreciate the feedback. That's cool. Okay. the same sort of thing, go over parts of the chandelier. This kind of gives everything this kind of smoky vibe, doesn't it? There's clouds of pipe smoke, right? Probably people. Well, maybe I don't know if do people smoke cigars in these kinds of environments, or was it pipes? I think cigarettes were around by then, right? Might have overdone that a little bit. So this kind of glazing over top kind of also helps, you know, kind of, it's almost like I'm smudging things out even though I'm not, just kind of making some of those things a little bit less distinct, so it gives it that atmospheric effect. Okay, maybe just before I move on, let's just take one more look over here now that things have dried a little bit. Okay, I'm going to take just a bit more of my cool blue and mix that in there, because there's a few places where you can really see that. Ooh, that might be is that a bit too much? I'm going to put just a bit more white back in here. Kind of digging that background, right? Obviously he probably spent like a week working on it, and I've spent about 3 hours, so and he's one of the greatest artists in human history, so we just have to be mindful of, you know, not being too hard on ourselves, too judgmental, because there's just no way that we're gonna do as good of a job as he is in so much shorter a period of time. But I think this is a good demonstration of how glazing fluid, because if let's say I just tried to paint this like a light blue over it, I would just obliterate all of those kind of peachy colors beneath the surface there. And it's sort of like, what was the point of putting all that effort in if I was just gonna, you know, cover it up? So now I might go back in and darken a little bit, because now I've lightened things. Well, sometimes smoke darkens things too. But as I said, I think I want to move on. Like, these spotlights are gonna come back with some white later on. But let's I've got to be mindful of my time here and move on from the background. But that's the kind of thing, that little, those dabbing the paint like that, I love doing that kind of stuff. And it's one of the, I think, things that most painters love doing. It's just the little kind of almost minuscule details, things that probably don't look great on camera because they're so, they almost imperceptibly changing the surface. But it is having an effect. You know, cumulatively. Brian says, I definitely will join the Facebook and upload pictures. Awesome, my friend. Thank you so much. Okay, moving right along. I think let's go back to the foreground. Let's put a little bit more elbow grease in that part of the painting. Let's back this out just so we can see. Cool. I'm so happy I'm doing this painting. This is, and it's also one of those things where I don't know if I could do this painting a couple of years ago if I had some of the skills that I've picked up along the way over the last few years. If my, what Malcolm Gladwell, 40,000 hours of, you know, 400 painting episodes later, right? Okay. Ooh, my knee's getting sore here. Let's do that. Or is it foreground 2, right? Moving right along. I'm pretty happy with the background. There's still a couple little finishing touches I want to do back there, but for all intents and purposes, I'm pretty happy with that. And now I'm going to spend probably the remainder of the episode working on the foreground. The bartender, maybe her reflection, and the patron, and the bottles, table, the countertop, you know, the mirror frame, those kinds of things. But really, in many ways, some of the hardest work, the background, is complete. Because I knew that trying to get that level of detail that he put in the background was impossible. So I'm just kind of hinting at it. And in some ways doing that and making it look somewhat recognizable as people in a bar is maybe the toughest thing. And often, like, you know, painting a person, like, we've done that many times. But one of the great things the Impressionists did is using little dabs of paint to suggest much more complex things, the kind of thing that previous generations of artists would spend months articulating. So the Impressionist, and I know Manet is technically not an Impressionist, but one of the innovations of Manet and his followers was saying, you know, like almost like photography, like those figures in the background are kind of blurry, just like, you know, the bokeh effect of the figures deep in the distance might kind of blur out. So does it really make sense to paint them and articulate them in the same way that we do foreground figures? Okay. So, oof. Actually, I'm just gonna put some shoes on to cushion my feet here a little bit. Even just that just feels a little bit better. I need to get that pressure mat that I had in my old studio back out. Okay, let's see these two side by side so we just have an idea where we're at. So definitely one thing this painting lacks is some really dark value, black, essentially. Now, Manet's got black all over in the background and in the foreground, which again has that effect of compressing the space because it makes these figures pull forward. I'm gonna resist the urge to get, I might get a little bit darker. I definitely want to put a little bit of some darker areas back in there a bit, but I want to resist the urge to go full black because I want to still use value to create a bit more space. So, and especially since these are not very well defined, I think it's more important in mine to do that than it might be in his. In his, where we can see little faces back there, then it's like clearly, okay, those are people and they're farther away because I can see little eyes and noses. But if I leave this like this and I really darken it, then this might start looking like a wallpaper or something of just an abstract pattern and really confuse people. So I have to be mindful of what I'm dealing with as opposed to what he was dealing with, and sort of take this canvas on as its own entity. Excuse me. Okay, hold on. I got a cough spray here. I'm just gonna. Ugh. It's like giving medicine to a child or a dog. You know, writhe around in pain. Where should I begin here? Should I tackle the face right away here? That might be what I should do. Okay, well, if that's what I'm going to do, let's take a look, at these. I'm going to zoom in. And then I'm going to zoom in here. So right away you can see this color has got a lot more of a yellow cast to it, right? Whereas the image, the original painting by Manet, has much more of a pale white with some kind of reddish hues in there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to remix this skin tone and try to get a little bit closer. So where am I? Right here. So I'm going to start with that yellow. Oh, that's a bit more red. Well, that's good, but way too dark. I need to add much more white in here. That's still going to be too pink. So let's do that again. You see how each time I do this, rather than going back into the same mixture and mixing it side by side, and just allowing the paint that's on my brush to kind of dilute that white. I'm also going to take a little bit of warm blue. That's going to kind of make this a little bit more slightly purplish. Now, if I could possibly paint that right there, but once again, I'm going to use my glazing fluid to make this color more transparent. And let that previous layer come through a bit more. Okay, I think that's closer. Let's look at her arms. Definitely leaning quite pinkish. I think we'll probably add some white back on here for some highlights later on. Now his hand looks just like this clump of mangled flesh or something. Same thing with his face. It's, you know, I think deliberately out of focus, right? And also it makes him appear more, we can project ourselves into his role a little bit easier the less he's defined. Ah, that's not on camera. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. Now I feel like it's one of those things where I feel like I might have swung a little bit too far in the other direction, and it's like a, you know, boat. Sometimes I overcorrect a little bit. I feel like maybe that I probably could have put a little bit more white and kept this a little bit less pink, but that's okay. Worst comes to worst at any point, again, I can glaze another color back over top of it to make some alterations. Okay. Oops. Driplets of some water. Got to be careful about that. Those can dissolve on the paint. So next, I want to let's take a bit more of this red again. Well, actually, you know what? I might use this for her ear. just mix some of that color back in here. Let's get some of the rouge on her cheeks. Centered there. Next. Okay, well, I'm just debating, should I paint? You know what, I'm just gonna do a little bit more. I'm gonna add a bit of warm blue into this mixture. Gives me this kind of purpley color. I just took some white and added it to this color just to kind of lighten up her, her chest seems to get quite white. Maybe before I go too much further there, I want to just take some of these colors that I've been using. In fact, I want to do her face over here before I go too much further. Okay, let's get some of mostly darker colors. Excuse me. Once again, I'm going to take my warm blue. Let's get a bit more warm red here. Maybe a little bit too dark. Ear with quite a strong warm red. Let's get even more warm blue in there to get a darker purple. There's some cool blues and stuff in there, but I'll come back to that. Let's see. His face is also pretty dark. Take a bit of my warm yellow. So I'm going to come back in here a little bit. Okay, now I'm going to go down to the hands now. Oh, I guess maybe he's wearing gloves. Didn't even occur to me that he's probably wearing like leather gloves. As if he couldn't be kind of creepy enough. Right? And this guy historically has not been kind of seen in a very good light. He's generally regarded as kind of a negative presence. I wouldn't go so far as to say demonic, but you know, again, one of the overall themes with this painting is like capitalism run amok, and you have these mostly wealthy men coming into the bar and preying on the women that are working there. And let's be honest, probably Manet himself probably was maybe, if anything, kind of sympathetic to those guys, because he probably took advantage of his own wealth to so go the opposite way, take a bit more of my lighter colors. Okay, let's do that other arm. Well, let's actually, I'm going to go back to my slightly darker colors here. The same thing. Ah, why is my hand so wobbly all of a sudden? Okay, I'm going to come back. Just because I've got a little bit of white here that I've been using. Let's see if I can just get a bit more of these little highlights here. Okay, and then let's go back up to her face. Any more kind of a whitish color? How come one ear is so significantly lower than the other? What did I do? Let's come back to this side. Let's give her a bit more highlight on her face. A bit on her. It's interesting, we don't see her earring here either. Okay, so her arm is kind of hidden. So what would we... Do I want to... maybe I should give him brown gloves, but her arm... Since I've got that space, how do I want to deal with that? That would most likely be darker, right? Because it's kind of on the back side of her body, I think. So I'll mix up like a darker purpley color. Might be a bit too dark. Do I want to try to define those fingers now? You know what, let's go to the glove. I'm going to work on that for a bit. Think about how I want to approach these things. So we've got warm red, warm yellow, then warm blue. Gives us a brown. The more blue we put in here, the darker that brown's gonna go. It's a pretty dark brown. Let's see. Oh, I can use the same color for his mustache. Awesome. And I guess suppose possibly even his eyes. Okay, I should probably move on from him. come back if need be. I kind of want to blur his face out a little bit. He's a little bit too distinct. Maybe I should try doing her hair next. Right now she's got a bit of a redhead thing going. To do this, well, actually, maybe I'm gonna mix a bit more of this brown. I'm gonna start with this darker brown, and then I'm going to lighten it up for the highlights. And also darken it even a little bit as well. So I just kind of added a bit of more blue into that brown, as well as a little bit of white, so you can see it kind of goes a bit gray, right? let's go over to the other side here. Interesting. So these little bits of this blue here, to me, that's him suggesting that's a mirror. Oh, maybe that's what that is. Maybe that's not smoke, but kind of like I don't know. Mirrors are made differently than they used to be, but so if you look at like old mirrors, like in a thrift shop, you'll notice that there's some areas that lack some clarity and they're a little bit kind of foggy. I think that's what he's doing. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Took me a while. I'm a little slow sometimes figuring things out, but it's one of those things that I don't think about this stuff until I'm actually trying to paint it. And that's why I love doing these episodes, because it makes me look at a painting differently than maybe I've ever looked at it before, and I start seeing things differently. Noticing things I've never noticed before. Excuse me. Okay, let's get a bit more of some blonde hair in here. So I'm going to add yellow into this brown and white, so we'll get a bit more of like this lighter brown. Okay, we'll go further than that eventually, but let's start here. There's like, in my painting, I think her head's gonna kind of come a little bit in front of his face a little bit. I think it's just gonna be easier than me trying to make a bit more space in behind there, so. Well, let's come back to her in the foreground here. let's maybe put a bit more yellow, a bit more white. Let's go back to the other face here. Now, one thing that's kind of interesting is, as I noticed that there's not as much detail in this reflection as there is in her hair. Let's just say her hair. The hair is way more well defined in the front view. Her back view, though, is just kind of is more hinted at, which makes sense, right? It helps kind of also push that hair a little bit further backwards in space. So I'm lightening up, and then I'm also going to darken and darken and darken. Let's put a bit more yellow in there. Okay, I might be getting close to being able to move in the opposite direction here. Okay, so let's now take our brown and I'm going to make it darker. So this is going to be mostly a red and yellow, or sorry, red and blue. Okay, that's darker. We'll do a little bit with this. Okay, let's take more blue. Put this into our brown. Where are we right here? Maybe even a bit of black. Is that too dark, too quick? Ah, it's okay. I don't want to spend all night long on this, so leap forward a little bit here. Okay, I'm gonna zoom back out here to see where we're at more globally as things start to come into focus. Now a lot of the clothing is just so dark that, you know, we can kind of get away with putting in a fairly dark solid shape in those areas. That's also going to make an instant pop. Everything's going to start coming together when that's there, because that's such a, those dark areas are so dark. at all those bottles. Some of those, all that glass and flowers. Oh my goodness. Those are things that can take hours to do. Hours. And I don't want to spend hours on that. I'm just in my mind working through what's the most efficient way to complete this painting. I think glazing like a baby blue over the marble, I think that would help. That would definitely tie everything in much better. But maybe I should do that after the bottles, before the bottles. Does it make any difference? Maybe I need, you know what, let's do a new title here just to separate everything I've been. So we've come a long way. I think I've done a little bit of work on the faces and hands, hair. Now I want to move on. I'm not done with the faces, especially the woman who's facing directly towards us. But I want to move on, tackle clothing and bottles and table next. So I think let's do the table. Let's start with the table. I was thinking about taking my white with glazing fluid, maybe a bit more than that, and warm blue, mixing this together. And then just sort of going back over the table here. I think this is working. So because I've got that glazing fluid in there, I can just do a very thin little transparency. It's pulling all of those diverse brush strokes together, so they're all paddling in the same direction. And just muting some of the more extreme colors that were there. Especially some of the darker ones. That's good. I like that a lot. I don't think he certainly wouldn't have done this, but I think he may even have like taken a rag and just kind of wiped across the surface in order to kind of smear the paint a little bit to get the bit more of that blurry effect. That works really well. Okay. I'm just going to do the same thing back here. Not so happy with that hand. It's okay. These sort of like shadows or reflections. Not exactly. So there's just a little bit of blue left on my brush here. Cool. Okay, racing ahead. What's next? I feel like bottles should probably... I have a feeling I might glaze very lightly some white or gray or something over the faces there, just to mute them a bit. They feel like a little bit too dark. But before I do that, let's get the black of the clothing and all that in there. Shubham says, "Sir, please make a course on drawing landscapes." Interesting. Okay, more landscape drawing. I guess that was at the very end of that series. Let me just make a little note. That might be nice. Maybe doing a totally different drawing course than I've done before. That makes some sense. Okay, bottles, les bouteilles. Oh, goodness, knees. I see this. Okay, how about... let's go into the bottles now. talking about there? Lots of different ones. There's some blues and greens. That's a really dark, warm green. I'm gonna put a little bit of warm red into it so it becomes kind of like a really dark olive green. Even a little bit of black. Subahend says, what should you do when you're stuck on the same drawing? In my case, I'm stuck on drawing heads, and when I think about drawing bodies, or I get a weird feeling that I'm not capable of drawing them. Well, my best recommendation is just to move on, right? If you get stuck on something, put it to the side and work on something else. Like, there's no sense in trying to tear your hair out trying to do something. I mean, I have students who will just work on the same artwork for weeks and weeks and months, and it doesn't get any better. It's just sort of like rearranging furniture in the living room over and over and over and over again. It's like at some point you either gotta like it's just it's just going to drive you crazy if you keep working on the same drawing for a long time. Especially if you're learning. Like, I mean, obviously if you're an experienced artist and you're working on a really complex drawing and it's taking you a long time, that's fine. But when you're learning, I don't think you should spend more than a day or two at most on one drawing. Because you're not moving forward. You're just treading water when you're working on the same artwork over a long period of time. And you want to kind of try to keep some forward momentum. Otherwise, it's going to be really discouraging. So, absolutely, I would say 100%. Just put that drawing to the side and work on something else. And then maybe come back to that one later on. But I would say probably even more than likely just abandon it. Try it or start it again would be even better idea. Because often, like, starting the drawing over again, you can probably get to the same place you were at before much more quickly, and maybe along the lines you'll have solved whatever problems were there in the course of starting it again. And I wouldn't say that means you failed at that drawing or anything. It's just part of the learning process. You have to learn, you know, you gotta know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away. That's why often when I'm teaching, I give people, I have literally a watch, and I'll set a timer, and I'll say, okay, this drawing's a 10-minute drawing. And then you do whatever you can in 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, okay, done. Moving on to a new one. Let's not, you know, overwork this. Let's keep the forward momentum. I like how those look. Let's move on to these bottles back there. I'm going to mix a different color for the beer bottle so that I can have some distinction between these. I don't know if that answers your question, Subim. But, you know, if you're, you know, if you get stuck on drawing faces, yeah, take a little while. Work on learning how to draw bodies for a bit. Get excited about drawing again, and then try, you know, coming back maybe a month from now to draw faces again. And then take what you've, you know, all the new skills that you'll pick up along the way, and then try coming back to those bodies. Or faces, I mean, I guess. I think that was what you were working on. So I'm just using the same really dark olive like green, or it's, I mean, you could call it a purple, you could call it a green, you can call it whatever color you want. It's the same sort of thing like we were just talking about drawing and moving on. It's like what I do here, you know, it's like I try not to spend too long on one area, and as soon as an area starts to give me grief, it's like, okay, let's move on. Otherwise, I can really get discouraged, and then I'll be like, you know what, this is not working. Let's just call it quits. There's no point in continuing. All right, so when I run up against that brick wall, like, okay, painting's trying to tell me something, tell me to move on, take a break. Let's listen to the painting. I'm not gonna fight this thing. Because the painting is always going to win. Right? That's why you hear artists talking about listening to the painting and what does the painting want or the artwork want. Because if you're in tune, it will literally tell you, which I know sounds crazy. But it's kind of true. It's about appreciating the painting on its own terms. So I'm just really fudging some details here, right? Because there's just no way I'm going to get all of this in the short period of time that I want to spend anyway on the rest of this painting. And it's not, these are also, all these little bottles and stuff are not things that people are going to be looking at too carefully. People are probably, if they look at this at any length of time, they're going to look at the face. And if they like that, then maybe they'll look elsewhere, but okay, what do I want to do? I'm gonna take a break from those bottles. I'm gonna work on there's a couple of red, I don't know if they're red wine or what kind of fluids in those bottles. It must be some sort of what is that? That's like a pink, right? I think we both have some warm and cool reds in here, but let's start with our warm red. I'm just going to add a bunch of it. Other one down here and do the same thing. See, this bottle lost its shape, so let's bring that back. Okay, I'm going to take white. Warm. Where am I? Why am I just, oh, I'm not even at, okay, good. I'm losing my mind sometimes. Okay. Just got this warm red and white. Oh, it looks like I'm going to take a bit of my cool red now. And even add a little bit of warm blue in there. Because I see things like this label being purple. Another butt for chair says, hello, art fans. And Stubham has another question here. Says, thank you, sir. I've almost completed your wonderful drawing course. After watching your first video, I decided to pursue drawing seriously. May I ask you a few more questions? Yes. Yes, sorry, I just saw your message now. Of course. I'm a captive audience. I'm going to be here for probably 4 more hours, so go right ahead. Ask me whatever you like. I'm happy to do my best to try to answer whatever you... questions, life questions, art questions, whatever I can do to help my fellow man and woman, person. Ask away. Now I'm just adding more warm blue. Maybe I'm going to take even a bit of black in here too. Just to darken this down a bit. I don't know, is that too dark? It might be a bit too dark, but let's go with it. Do you think AI will reshape the definition of art itself, or would it simply become another tool for artists? I think it'll do both. I'm not afraid of AI at all. I think AI is not gonna make people not want to make art. You know, it's the same sort of thing like, you know, you can go to McDonald's and buy food. So some people would say, well, what's the point of making dinner if you can just go to a restaurant and get it made really quickly, or you can go get frozen pizza and put it in the refrigerator? Does that mean, is that the end of cooking? No, people are, you know, there's a whole movement of people like the slow food movement, people who really enjoy cooking and taking their time when they cook. So I think the same sort of thing with art. There's always going to be people. I mean, are people going to use AI to do design things that they would have previously hired artists to do? Yeah, absolutely, totally. And, you know, maybe that's a bit of a shame, but that's also for artists to kind of be creative and find new avenues, new solutions, new ways to create in the face of those challenges. Right? Will it? Yeah. Well, so yeah, it's another tool. Will it reshape the definition of art? I don't know. I don't know if it's going to reshape things. I think it's just, it's like any other technology that's evolved over the years. Like, you know, people said the same thing about art when photography was invented. People are like, oh, well, I guess that's the death of painting. What's the point of painting now that you can just point a camera at something and click, boom, done. No need to make a painting anymore. Well, that was 150 years ago, and here I am still doing it. Right, I had, maybe the last stream I did, someone made a comment, said, I was going to take your drawing course, or I started a drawing course, but then I realized AI exists, and I decided it wasn't worth it. I was like, oh, okay, sure. I mean, I don't quite understand that logic. I don't know why. You know, it's like saying, what's the point of climbing a mountain when you can just take a helicopter to the top? Well, there's a lot of people who really like climbing mountains, and they'd say it doesn't, just because I can take a helicopter to the top doesn't mean the joy of climbing a mountain is gone. The challenge of doing it still remains. You know, and of course some people look at mountain climbers and like, you guys are crazy, right? Like, I certainly have zero interest in climbing a mountain, but I can appreciate that some people feel like it's a good use of their time. It's an exciting challenge. And look, people die climbing Everest every year, right? Like, so, you know, yeah, it seems kind of nuts, but, you know, so I would probably imagine most of those people who died climbing Everest knew the risk and were more than happy to take that risk on, and yeah, I mean, do I agree with it as being a good use of their time? Probably not, but you know, those same people probably look at what I'm doing right now and are like, are you crazy? Why would you spend your time doing that? Why not get outside and go for a jog or something? Another question there is, another butt for chair says, I decided to draw and paint about a month ago after about a 20-year dormancy. Awesome! That's exciting. Very cool. Wow, I'm glad you're back on the horse again. That is cool. That's awesome. That makes me so excited to hear when people get the bug for drawing, you know, get that urge to make art again. You know, sometimes people have had various challenges in life. Maybe they've had to stop making art because they've got to, you know, to support their family. And you know, I was telling a story. I was talking about this very same thing with my university students today, and I said, you know, there's probably, you know, about, because this is a first-year group of students that just started art school, and I was saying, you know, probably about half of you are not going to graduate. That doesn't mean everyone, those of you who don't finish, are failures in life. It just means you decided to go in a different direction. And I think all of the skills that one learns while learning how to make art are really important skills, creative thinking skills. Talk about AI, right? If AI can do a lot of the basic stuff for us, it makes creativity that much more important for the survival of our species. Right? We've got to think of things to do that a computer can't do. Right? And that's maybe for some people kind of scary to think about. I find that's really exciting. Again, I think, you know, AI might one day be able to, you know, like in Star Trek, there's those devices where you say, I want a bowl of spaghetti, and it goes boop, and a bowl of spaghetti appears there, right? It might be one day you say, paint me a Mona Lisa, and the Mona Lisa computer paints it just like it does, like not just creates an image on a screen, but literally blops paint all over there very quickly. Although to do it like the way Leonardo did would take, you know, in the using the materials he had would take literally years to do, because you're putting these layers of glaze and they have to dry. But I don't think just because a computer will do it, people are going to say, well, okay, I guess there's no point in doing this anymore. Another said, they said the same thing when the AutoCAD came out. AutoCAD sped things up, but it didn't create better draftsmen, and the people who know how to draft by hand are looked at as true masters of the craft. Great example. That's a great example. Absolutely. Oh yeah, I remember when I was a teenager, I worked as like I did a job shadow thing with graphic designers and at a graphic design company, and we used material, like one of my favorite things that no longer really exists is Letraset. Oh my goodness, I'm sure there's probably, you could order it online, but that was one of the coolest things. Like, you'd get these sheets of semi-clear paper, and there would be an alphabet, different fonts, and you could take those and rub them and they would appear on a piece of paper. Really fun things. And that disappeared, which is really unfortunate, because I think that was like one of the coolest things. I remember they gave me a whole bunch of this, because that was right as the beginning, as they were transitioning into the computers, and so they just gave me all of this Letraset stuff that would have cost them thousands of dollars they had no use for anymore. I just thought that was the coolest thing in the world. And so yeah, exactly, if you can draw it on a piece of paper and use a computer, you're you know, because there's a lot of people who can use a computer really well but can't draw. Well, you know, sometimes drawing on a piece of paper is much faster than using a computer, right? Using a computer can speed things up, but if somebody asks me something and I can just do a quick little sketch on a napkin, right, then that is usually also way more impressive to people too. So if you're trying to impress someone, especially with those technologies, like people, you know, if somebody can just look something up on ChatGPT and go boop 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 and create something, but then they see an artist go like a little sketch, it's like, whoa. Like, for instance, I wrote part of my graduate thesis on the relationship between magic, like Harry Houdini, illusionism, and art, because it's, for most people, it's like a magic trick. If you make a painting or a drawing and it looks like the person or the dog or the tree, people are like, whoa! But it's like a trick. You just have to learn a couple little skills and practice it for a little while, and then you can do it. And I think that kind of thing is going to be more impressive rather than less impressive as the world goes forward. Because, again, the more and more people who can use those digital tools to create images really left and right, the more it's going to make people who can draw with paper and pencil on hand just seem like magicians, right? Same sort of example, there's a great essay that pretty much every student in art school has to read. Let me bring this up here, because it's Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. Oh, let me sort of bring this up here. So this is, if you go to art school, you will be made to read this essay. And it's not very long. I think it's like maybe 3 or 4 pages. It might be longer. I can't remember. But Work in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction by this author, Walter Benjamin, is essential. It's because basically the idea is he's writing about the advent of the printing press and mass reproduction of images. And a lot of people at the time are like, oh my goodness, like, it's going to make original art worthless. If you can take a picture of a Manet painting and then go and photocopy infinite images of it, who's going to want the original? It's going to be worthless. right? And the same museums I think museums are backwards. They don't let you take pictures. They're like, oh, if anybody could take a picture of it and post it online, no one's gonna want to come and see the real thing. I think it's, I think that is such a backwards idea. The more people see the reproduction, the more they want to see the real thing. The best example is the Mona Lisa, right? I can find an incredibly detailed version, hyper detailed version of the Mona Lisa on the Louvre's website right now that is better, clearer than the actual Mona Lisa that one can see. You know, you go to the Louvre, you can't get, you know, you're probably, what, 5 meters away from it, 20 feet. It's behind bulletproof glass, and it's only really that big in person. And yet people pay $40 a person and line up for 4 hours to get inside and get shoulder to shoulder, pushing and shoving to come see the Mona Lisa. They can hardly see it. And yet for them, it's sort of like this incredible, it's almost like a religious experience being in the presence of the original painting. So that's only going to get stronger. You know, as people can just effortlessly click a button and an image appears on their phones, the more people are going to be impressed with something that a human being made with their bare hands. And so I think AI is only going to make art more exciting. Painting is going to have a renaissance. And it'll be interesting to see how artists use AI. I make all my students at the university I teach at learn how to use the AI tools. And some are like, oh, I'm so scary. It's like, well, you know, put on your big boy pants, because this is the future. This is not even the future. This is the present, right? And you can't just be like, la 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 la, I'm gonna pretend it doesn't exist. It's like too late. The cat's out of the box, right? Like, we have to figure out how we're gonna deal with it and use it so that you're not completely, because those people who are afraid of it those are the people that are gonna be screwed the most, right? Shubham says, now I'm at a point where I'm thinking about quitting drawing altogether. What do you think? I don't know. I think if that's what you want to do, I think you should, yeah, go ahead. Quit. Do something else. For me, I have no other option to do what I'm doing. And I love doing what I'm doing. And I do that, like, right now I'm making probably, you know, if I count up the amount of revenue YouTube, Google gives me, I'm probably making about 25 cents an hour doing this, right? So it's in many ways the absolute worst use of my time imaginable, but I love doing it, and I do it at the cost of other things in my life. Like, I make the paintings I make, I can sell them for about $10,000 to $15,000 a piece, right? And it takes me about a week to make one of those. And yet, for the past 4 years, I've been doing this YouTube channel because this brings me, it doesn't bring me as much money, obviously, but it brings me just as much joy. And maybe I'll go back to making big, expensive paintings again. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really in any hurry. Making money isn't the only thing in life. You said there's 3 more messages. Art is man's toilet paper. Interesting. Shovim says, sir, I want to create my own manga, but I don't have an art background, and my financial situation doesn't allow me to pursue formal art courses. 6 months ago I started following your course, but over time I got demotivated because I struggled a lot with drawing heads, bodies, hair, and other elements from different angles. And so now I'm at a point where I think about quitting altogether. Yeah, I mean, if you've lost the joy of doing it, then don't do it, right? Don't force yourself to do something you don't want to do, right? But if you do want to draw comics, then you're going to have to And if that's something that's really important, that's a dream, a goal of yours, then you're going to have to, you know, work through those barriers. The best things in life are difficult, right? Or, you know, just think about anything you've done in life where, you know, it's like I can go to the refrigerator right now and open a can of pop, right? A Coca-Cola, right? It's not like it's super satisfying. I don't go like, oh, I did it. I opened a can of pop. Oh, I'm the best in the world, right? That's absurd, right? Because it's so easy to do. It doesn't take any effort. But if I had to climb a mountain and 2 other people that are with me die on the way up to the top of that hill, by the time I get there, it's like, oh my goodness, like what a, like I've just gone to the, you know, the most extremes I'm capable of doing, and I showed myself that I'm capable of doing it. Wow, like that's so satisfying. I mean, I've never climbed a mountain before, but yeah, it's like it's a totally different kind of there's no comparison between the level of satisfaction one can get out of you know, working really hard for something. You know, we live in a world today where people don't want to, they think, you know, like AI, that I can just click a button, boom, done. Okay, I'll go back to sleep, or I'm just going to go watch some more television or something, and, you know, great, you know, I mean, I don't know, but to me, that's not very satisfying, right? Putting in the hard work, doing the things that other people don't want to do, that separates, you know, an artist from the rest of the world. Like I just last night went and saw the movie The Brutalist, which is a new movie. It's like 3.5 hours long. It's a long movie, but it's a great movie. And it's really about what it's like to be an artist. Like there's parts of the story where this guy's an architect and he runs into problems along the way, and you know, he's building this building, and the guy that he's building the building for is like a billionaire, and the guy says, oh, this is costing too much, I want to cut some corners here and there, and the architect is like, no, I will give up my money, the money you're gonna pay me to build the building, I'm gonna put it all into the building so that it can be built the way I want it, and I don't really care about the money. And of course, like, everybody else around him is like, are you kidding me? That's stupid, just to do a little bit of extra. And he's like, this is important to me, and I don't really care, you know, I want to build it the way I want to build it, and I'm willing to suffer whatever kinds of I'm willing to not to suffer, but, well, I guess suffer in a way, to bring my idea to life. And I don't really care if people think it's crazy, because, you know, the kind of overall message is that art will survive long after we're gone. Right? So he's saying, I'll put it in, I'll put my work in, because that building is going to last thousands of years from now, and, you know, I'd rather it be the way I wanted than not done well at all, and then all I'll have as an old man is regrets. And I feel the same way about my own art. I've made all sorts of sacrifices to get it to look the way that I want it to. And generally some people don't don't understand. But that's okay. What other people think doesn't really matter much to me at all, so. You know, what people laugh. I mean, that's my you just have to read the comments on my YouTube videos. There's definitely lots of people who have negative things to say about what I'm doing and how I choose to spend my time. I always just think that it has way more to do with other people and their own insecurities in life than me, so I just let it go. Give it back into the world. Brian says, will you ever do more drawing courses at any point? I just got back from watching the shading video and currently practicing shading and control and level of shade, well, despite starting to struggle. Yes, I will eventually do more drawing episodes. That's my goal for 2025. Because those drawing episodes are way more popular than my painting episodes. So I do want to do more of those. And some people, even tonight, have given me some good ideas about different kinds of things that I can do for those episodes. So if you've got other ideas of things that I haven't covered in that course, let me know and I'll add it to my list and try to do those things when I start that. But yeah, I mean, another thing, and I may have mentioned it in that episode, but just because you don't like doing shading or you find it difficult doesn't mean that you have to, that there's anything wrong with you. There are lots of artists, more and more every day, who make art drawings that don't involve any shading at all. They're just like, this is pain in the butt, I don't want to do that, so they don't. Right? And sorry, I didn't realize that's not on the screen the whole time. So you don't have to make like, the best example is what's called the Belgian clear line style, as promoted by the artist Hergé, who did a comic book called Tintin. And that style of drawing, which involves very bold outlines, very popular to this day. It's all over the place. Druck Chimera says, I just joined. I have a question. What do you feel is different from the original that you're painting in the way that it makes you feel? Perhaps yours has a lighter feel. Oh, great question. What's the difference between this painting and the original painting? Wow. That's a big question. Well, yes, wow. Let me think on that. What's the difference? Well, I mean, first of all, obviously I'm doing this partly as an educational exercise to help people who want to learn how to paint. But obviously I could have stopped after 5 or 6 episodes, right? I didn't need to continue doing this for the past 4 years. So there's a number of reasons why I've continued. One is because the method that I'm using to make these paintings is a little bit unusual. It's something I didn't learn when I was in school. So I'm kind of on a bit of a mission to popularize it, because I think this is the best way to learn how to paint. And I also think that the more people who know how to paint, the better our world will be, and the more peaceful it will be. And especially, you know, I'm of Ukrainian descent, and I think if, let's say, Vladimir Putin learned how to paint, I think he'd probably be less inclined to go and commit genocide on my fellow Ukrainians. Right? I think if, like, Adolf Hitler had decided to continue painting, because he was a failed artist, if he decided to continue painting rather than invade the rest of the world, right? Imagine how many millions of people would have survived. Right? The world would be so different. So yeah, there's an educational aspect to this. I want to making art more accessible to people, all those kinds of things. But I think back to your question about like what the difference between these is that excuse me. The difference is well, one thing, doing these paintings gives me a deeper understanding of this painting and of the artist. I pick up skills. Again, it's not quite answering your question, is it, though? That's a great question. You're kind of stumped me a bit here. Well, you know, it depends. Each painting is different. Some paintings I feel, as soon as I'm done, I'm like, wow. I feel like I really gave this painting a bit of a different spin. And sometimes I even feel like maybe I kind of improved it, which I know sounds super arrogant, but whatever. And then there's a lot of other times where I feel like I completely whiffed on it, and it's almost like I completely missed the point of the original painting, and that's super disappointing. One day, one thing I do want to do is I want to do an episode where I go through all the paintings I've done and kind of like rank them, or at least talk about the ones I feel were most successful versus the weakest ones. Because there's definitely some paintings which I think are just total stinkers. And then there's other ones I feel like, wow, I nailed that. Like, that's so awesome. Like, wow, I didn't think, like, it's so satisfying. Again, that goes back to this idea of like AI and what's the point is, I don't know. It's just one of those things, you have to do it to feel it, you know. And I'm sure some of the people watching right now who've done some of these paintings with me over the years know that what that feeling is, because that's why they keep coming back. Because if you make a painting and you feel like you've nailed it, it's like, I don't know, it feels like it's like the biggest, most satisfying thing you can possibly imagine. Just feel like, wow, like feels like you've acquired a superpower or something. But as I said, it doesn't always happen, and there's definitely some times where at the end of an episode, I'm just like, ugh, I wish that never happened, and I think maybe I should delete it, and then I leave them up. I'm just like, well, I hope that people who watch, you know, if they listen, they'll hear me talking about why I didn't think it was as successful as it could have been. And then I think that, well, at least I've heard from people who say that's it's nice to hear me talk about, you know, when paintings work and when they don't. That they feel like that, just seeing a professional artist struggle a little bit helps them realize that, you know, it doesn't always work out. There's times where it's, you know, sometimes it's better and sometimes it's worse. And, you know, one of the things I find really inspiring, and I know people roll their eyes at it because definitely my audience is not into it, but I'm interested in sports. I watch hockey as often as I can. Ice hockey, our national, well, it's actually not our national sport in Canada. Lacrosse is our national sport. There's a little trivia question for you, but for the most part, hockey is by far the most popular sport in Canada, as soccer is, or football is for most other people on the planet. Maybe baseball and football and in the American football in the United States. But I find sports helps give me a lot of perspective, because in sports you have, you know, 30 different teams. Each team has got 30 players on it, and yet at the end of the year only one team wins. So the majority of those athletes they spend the majority of their time dealing with failure, and how do you get back up after being on a team that loses and loses and loses. And you might say, well, they're being paid $10 million a year. It's pretty easy to go back to work when you're making millions of dollars. Well, is it really, though? You know, like some of those players on some teams that really stink just get, you know, every day people say nasty things, and in the stadiums people yell at them, and the journalists just tear them apart and say they're useless and they should quit and they're bums. And yet that player gets up, you know, exercises and goes and plays and does their absolute best and loses again. And maybe their whole career, some of the greatest players of all time have never won a championship in their respective sports. And so for me, I find that really admirable, because it makes me think about painting. It makes me think of, like, yeah, you know, the majority of the paintings that I make are not going to be masterpieces. But does that mean I should just stop painting because I'm not successful every single time I sit down to make a painting? No. It's, you know, the more and more I paint, the more I learn and the better I get. And it puts me in a position for success. So when eventually, if I just keep on painting, you know, the odds are I'm going to make one or two or a dozen or more really good paintings. You know, like Wayne Gretzky, the famous Canadian hockey player, once said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Which is brilliant, right? You can never make a great painting if you never paint. If you don't paint, there's no, or you can never write a good song if you, like, you'll never have a hit song if you never sit down and try to write a song. Like, you have to put the work in order to get something out on the other end. Okay. Another says, for me, thinking back, art helps me cope with the pain of my life experiences. Totally, right? And that goes for, yeah, making art or looking at art, listening to music, right? Isn't it? Because it helps us as humans, you know, make connections and communicate. You know, talking and writing are just two of the many ways that us humans have to communicate, right? We can dance, we can sing, we can play music, we can make paintings and drawings and sculptures, prints. I mean, all the different, write poems. There's so many different ways that we can communicate, and yet the vast majority of people only learn how to read and write. And I just think that's such a tragedy. Just think about all of the great authors and musicians who never find or are not encouraged to be expressive about their feelings and emotions and stories. I think that's one of the greatest tragedies of all time. So I definitely encourage people to make art and to consume art and to try doing it, to find the method that makes most sense for them. Okay, I'm happy to keep answering questions. I'm just going to divide this into another section here just to make it easier for people to watch these episodes. Moving right along, I've done I think I've done the bottles. I still have the vases, flowers, and really the clothes to do. So I'm getting there, moving right along like a little train. So the next thing I want to do is paint her clothes, and then the vase and with the oranges in the foreground, the flowers, and then I might be done. There's a little touch-ups here and there I want to do, but I'm getting closer and closer every brushstroke to the end of this painting. So let's take a look. I'm going to bring these side by side so we can just see once again where we're at. You know, for me, it's super satisfying to think, like, you know, well, I guess it was I started this episode nearly 7 hours ago, but I didn't really start painting until about 5 hours ago. And so 5 hours ago, this was a blank canvas, right? There was literally nothing on here but just white, and now it's starting to come together, right? There's still more work to be done, but I'm getting closer and closer, and eventually, in the next maybe 2 hours or so, I'll be wrapping up. So let's work on her clothes next. I'm gonna take my warm blue. I'm actually gonna take this warm blue. I'm going to paint it directly onto the painting here, actually. And then I'm going to paint a darker color over top of it. This is going to help make her dress kind of just glow really dark. This beautiful ultramarine blue. Again, feel free to ask more questions. Captive audience, and I love talking and it helps make the time go a little bit faster for me. So you're welcome to ask me questions or challenge anything I said before. So obviously this blue right now is too blue. Or, I mean, I guess I could keep it. I mean, there's no law saying it has to look exactly like the original, of course, right? And actually, it's not bad. I mean, I knew that this color would, it's not going to go on, it would be very different than if I had a white background and painted this warm ultramarine blue over top of it. Right, this color. It's got like it'll have this very deep blue kind of quality. Question is, are you painting in oil or acrylic? In acrylic paint. I'm painting acrylic. I used to paint exclusively in oil paint for years. But I started when I began painting really big paintings, these like 20 by 10 foot paintings, like the size of like a city bus. I started painting them with oils, which was a couple things, both more expensive. Oil paint tends to be more expensive than acrylic paint. And also because it took so long to dry, it was very hard to store. You know, if you've got like a 20-foot painting, you need someplace that you can keep it for like 2 months while it slowly dries. And so I would take them home and I would keep it rolled up, which is also not a good thing to do with oil painting, because it can, if you paint it thick enough, it will crack. So eventually I started using acrylics to do those paintings, because the acrylic would just dry within 20 minutes. It'd be bone dry. And since acrylic is plastic, you can roll it up. You have to be careful, because if it stays rolled up for too long, it's going to adopt the shape that it has rolled up. So that's a bit of, it can be an issue. But I kind of like that blue like that. Ooh, it's kind of making me think maybe I should leave it. I don't know. I don't know how well that comes on camera. It definitely looks way bluer. I'll just show you. I mean, that's because the camera, I've brightened everything up significantly so you can see what's happening in these darker areas. It's not quite so blue in person. And if I turned all these, there's like a bunch of bright lights here. So if all those bright lights weren't on, this painting would become much more subdued. But it would still be pretty blue. Which again, I don't know, I kind of dig it. It definitely makes it feel way more modern. This hyper bright blue. Another says, sorry, I think it oil. Okay. I'm not sure what that means. Maybe you thought it was in oil? I mean, I will say that probably if there's an art material that is, I don't think it'll ever disappear. I think there's people who always want to paint with oil paint, but I would say oil paint, if anything, is, it wouldn't surprise me if in 20 years you had to order oil paint from the last factory that makes it. It's just it's far less convenient than acrylic paint, and less and less people will want to go to the effort of using it. But again, doesn't mean it's useless or there's no point in painting with oils. Just like I said, people will climb mountains even though that you can take a helicopter to the top. You know what I think I'm going to do? I might paint his clothes. I'm going to give it like a black and cool black. Well, let's use this. I'm going to use my cool blue and black and paint this in. And then I can paint warm blue over top of this, and it's just going to give it a look a little bit different, which is important. If you can see. Another butt for chair says, did Édouard Manet do this painting on site or in his studio? Probably almost entirely in his studio. This is a pretty big painting. He, you know, it's about like, you know, it's about a meter, almost a meter and a half wide, or like, wow, what is that? 51 inches wide versus 38 inches tall. You know, it's a big painting, so it's not the kind of thing, you know, you could carry it around and put it on an easel in the middle of a bar. But I don't know how interested the people who owned this bar would be to have an artist right there in the middle of the bar. You know, I'm sure, you know, Manet at this point in his life was also like one of the most famous artists around. So that would have been kind of cool, but it might have slowed down the whole operation, you know, and so they probably would have been like, yeah, you know, we love you a lot, Ed, but I don't know, you could come and paint in the middle of the day or after we close, but I don't know about this idea of you setting up in the middle of, you know, happy hour. Like, it's gonna kind of make things a little awkward. People, you know, people might bump into you and knock your paints over and just all sorts of chaos. And, you know, and also not everyone's a fan of yours, so maybe somebody comes in here and starts a scene, starts yelling and complaining about your work, and we're gonna have security. You know, Édouard Manet died less than a year after finishing this painting at age 51. So he had syphilis and rheumatism. You know, rheumatism was this. The cure for rheumatism back in the day would be long, hot baths. You know, that it'd be this thing where you'd sit in a bathtub for, 10 hours. And, which, if you like taking a bath, for some people it's like, that sounds great. But, after the first hour of being in that bathtub, you're like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I could stand another 4 or 5 hours of this. So that was one of the things that Manet was doing, is having those long baths, soaking in baths. I think it was thought to maybe ease the breathing and so yeah, I mean, he might have done some sketches on location, but the woman in the picture, she worked at the bar. She was a real bartender, barmaid as they were called back in the day. So he probably saw her there in the bar, really liked her look, and thought, I've got this idea for a painting. Can you come by to my studio and pose for me? He probably paid her better than she was making in the bar. So I'm sure she was like, sure. Yeah, if you're going to pay me well, I could come every day. You paint as many paintings of me as you want. Maybe I can quit my job working in the bar. Another says, I could see him walking around yelling, another round of drink for everyone in the bar. And everyone, yahoo! And I'm sure, yeah, I could imagine that. And I could see him saying, pretty girl, like, hey, what color do you think I should paint that bottle? She's like, oh, I don't know. How about pink? Okay, babe, I'm going to paint that one pink just for you. Okay, well, next time you see this painting, you can tell all your friends I painted it pink just for you, babe. Right, you can see that kind of thing for sure. Asenol says, whoa, I fell asleep while watching you paint, and it's nearly noon on this side of the world, and dang, you're still standing and painting. Oh my god. How are you doing this? Oh my god. Those legs. Yes, tell me about it. My legs are pretty sore. There we go. But again, that's that thing, is like, it's doing something for the love of it. It requires some sacrifice, as we were talking about earlier. But when you do it, and you do it well, there's nothing really compares to the satisfaction of, I don't know, cooking your own food, doing a really good job, or making a painting that you're really happy with. I will say there is part of me that is like, how could I wrap this up in 20 minutes? It has been a while. how do we do the... So I'm looking at this, I don't know what on earth this fabric is around her chest there. I think what I'm gonna do is, how do I want to do this? I'm gonna take this, my blue. Let's get a bit of black on here, and maybe a bit of white. Oops, that's not on camera, is it? So basically it's approximating the color of the rest of her clothes. I should zoom in, eh? Another says, I recently did a Willie Nelson portrait, going to send it to his fan club. I tagged him on Instagram, but not expecting Willie to call me. Hey, you never know. It's not like, you know, Willie Nelson's an awesome dude, but, you know, he's not Taylor Swift, so it's not like he's got, you know, people contacting him every day or making portraits of him every day. So it's possible that he could, you know, look at it, or somebody sends him an email and says, hey, Willie, take a look at this. You never know. Certainly wouldn't hurt. Oof. Almost knocked my water over. So I'm going over her sleeves here, because I'm gonna paint kind of a white over top, and so I want them to be a little bit darker underneath for this particular purpose. Like, I'm definitely noticing, you know, now that I've been painting for so long today, that I'm starting to, like, I'm getting a little bit clumsy. I noticed, you know, I've almost knocked my water over a few times. And that's as I start to kind of get my, you know, my brain is getting a bit tired. So I'm more likely to start making some accidents. So, you know, my options are to stop and pick up a different day, or just continue. I'm just going to continue, but I also I'm going to be mindful here to about being a little bit sloppy or careless so I don't make any devastating mistakes. Another but says, yeah, my sleeping habits are a bit messed up. I start painting after 10 p.m. most of the time. That used to be the way I was until I had a child. I used to, you know, roll into my studio at 9, 10, 11, midnight and start working. But once you've got a kid, it's, you know, I mean, so I've tried starting work after I put her to bed, but usually I'm just so exhausted by that point. Not a lot happens at that time of day. Okay, I've got to mix another black. Actually surprised at how good of a black that is. I thought it was going to be way too green. Not sure why it's not more green than it is, actually, to be frank. It's actually pretty good. There's definitely more blue in there than red. Very interesting. Okay, what was I going to do? I was going to do paint this clothing. I was going to mix, let's take a bunch of this black and mix it into this warm blue here. Like a really dark mixture. That's pretty good. There's the color of her clothes for sure. Now the question is, do I really want to spread this everywhere, or do I want to try to actually get some folds and things in here? I think I'm just gonna paint it right over top here. It might be a little bit flat, but that's okay. At the length of this episode, I think it's gonna be fine. it is going to mean that some of that glowing blue that was there is now going to go. Like, for all intents and purposes, this is going to look basically black. But a little bit of that color is going to kind of show through. After all, there is that same blue inside this black. And since I've also mixed this black on my own, that color is definitely going to be a little bit more transparent, so it'll come through. Like that. Oh, that's strange orientation there, Michael. Let's do the same thing over here. Yes, another says Manet looking like Jack the Ripper there. I've thought the exact same thing. I'm glad that you mentioned that. I forgot I was going to say, like, that guy off in the corner, definitely there's something creepy about him. And we're not the first ones to mention that people have been talking about that. And not that he looks like Jack the Ripper or could be Jack the Ripper, just that he has this... There's something kind of creepy about that dude. That's been something people have mentioned many a times over the years in reference to this image, for sure. And as I mentioned when I was doing the biography earlier in the episode, and talking about this painting, one of the things that was quite common in these bars is that the women not only served drinks, but were also prostitutes. And so that profession also, that's who Jack the Ripper preyed upon, right? So there was always lots of violence and death amongst these women. So it was they were objectified at work, and then sometimes after work, and sometimes didn't survive to come back to their, I guess, day job the next day because somebody murdered them who might have served them drinks the night before, which is just so tragic, so sad. Like, even this, like, I don't know whatever he's holding in his hand, if it's like a cane or a, it could be a scythe. Yeah. Another says, yeah, let's not start that rumor. People believe anything. I think even Degas was accused of being Jack the Ripper. Yes, there was a woman who wrote a book suggesting that Walter Sickert who's I think he was an American painter, suggesting that he was Jack the Ripper, and that when he went back to the United States, that's when the murders stopped. That he was, you know, a painter who was very much interested in anatomy. You know, artists learned anatomy in art school, and therefore the suggestion is that he used his skills of anatomy to commit those horrendous murders. I've explored doing a Jack the Ripper episode. I don't know if that's of interest to anybody or not. When I went to art school for a period of time at the Royal College of Art in London, England, and my family came to visit me for a week or so at one point, and we all did a Jack the Ripper walking tour, which was awesome, by the guy that, you know, one of the most famous quote-unquote ripperologists, if you can believe that term. It was great, and after every murder, we went and had a pint at a local pub. Okay. That looks pretty good. I'm digging the way this is turning out. I'm gonna blow dry this. I haven't done that in a little while, so I'm just gonna cure this a bit. This body's starting to get angry with me. Why are you doing this to me, Michael? Surely you could think of better things to do with your time. let's some more warm blue. Well, maybe actually I'll take the same dark blue that I used here earlier for her outfit. I'm going to mix that into some white. Maybe it still needs a bit more blue. I guess this probably needs to be lighter. Let's put more white in there. Oh well, that's a question. Right now, I'm obsessed. Right now, I'm painting my grandfather's machete. Passed a couple decades before my time, but visiting my grandmother in early 2000, I found it in a yard rusting away. Cool. Like, so you mean you're fixing up the machete, you're cleaning it, or you're making a painting of the machete, or maybe both. I don't know. Either way, that's pretty cool. I love that you're doing something with that family heirloom. Question: what do you recommend for sealing a finished painting after it's done? Sorry, I took over your comment section. I don't mind. I mean, there's other people watching, but you're the only one commenting, so I'm happy answering questions and talking with you, my friend. Otherwise, I don't have too many more things that I have to say unless someone prompts me or asks me a question. So this question comes up all the time, is like, should I varnish my painting? And if I should, how should I do it? Or what materials? Should I actually use varnish, or should I instead use, you know, like Mod Podge or matte medium or something like that, which you could do. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. Like, when I was in art school, we almost never talked about varnishing paintings. But here on YouTube, I find I get a lot of questions about it. For me, what I feel like that is there's got to be some YouTubers out there, people who never really went to art school, who talk about this like as if it's a critically important step of the painting process. And for some people, it's important. Essentially, varnishing a painting is applying a transparent layer of, it's not a paint, like to seal the painting, to protect it, so that if somebody graffitied over it or spilt spaghetti sauce over top of it, you could just wipe it away without a fear of ruining the painting itself. Which is fair, right? That's a good thing to do, be able to do, right? But for the most artists today probably don't, like professional high-end artists probably don't varnish their paintings. And really probably only do unless they're being specifically asked to do it by a collector. And some artists will refuse to do it, and even prevent the owner of the painting from varnishing the painting, because some artists claim that it will take away from the surface, that it's going to hide the painting, and you're now sort of looking through, a layer of material at the original, and you're not really seeing the original in its full glory. You're just seeing kind of a version thereof. And if you see a lot of like older paintings in museums have a kind of a greenish brown quality, often because the varnish on top of it has yellowed significantly. And so when you see or hear them talking about cleaning a painting, usually what they're doing is they're taking the varnish off the painting and putting a new varnish on, because the varnish itself has yellowed. But that it's done its job, and it's helped preserve the painting and keeping the surface kind of clean and free of I just noticed a big problem. So if you're varnishing correctly, that varnish is able to be removed at some point in the future. that I should have painted that. Let's see, how did I make that? I gotta recreate. How did I overlook this? So I goofed, and the counter should be running in front of this man's torso down here. So I've got to kind of recreate this from my best memory. How I did this. How did I miss that? Excuse me. You're not distracting me. Not at all. I've been doing this for years. I just somehow just spaced out on this. Something I didn't notice probably about 5 hours ago when I was doing that area. Barbara says, good morning, still at it? How's it going? I'm just going to put the kettle on. Just make sure the paint is dry. Yeah, speaking of which, I am gonna blow dry that area. Or maybe, oh goodness, how did I, a drop of water in the middle of her face. Another B4C. Oh. I'm like, what does that mean? Did I? Another B4C. Maybe, while that's working its way, I'm going to go back to her collar. Mixing a little bit of a brown in here that I can use. thanks, Barbara. I love the lace. It's amazing detail. Thank you. Another says Michael is a painting machine. We're talking about AI, and Michael might be a prototype Android artist. Doesn't need sleep. I'm just a humble insomniac. That's pretty funny. Well, I believe I'm a human, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I am. It's possible that I am an android. It is possible that what kind of paper are you using? I'm using a 9x12 sized canvas panel. Right, this is the link to buy these off of Amazon's in the description below. This Fix Smith. I like this particular brand. I think they work pretty well. Some people prefer painting on paper. I like painting on these canvases. There's something a little bit sturdier about them. Dodo says, no, Michael is not an android. He's an angel with a mustache. Keep it up. I'd be cool. Very happy to let it go to my head. I'm not going to complain. These are very nice, sweet things. I appreciate them, everyone. That's very kind. Okay, let's get her collar in here. Black is a little bit testy and it's a little not quite as fluid as I like, so I'm just put a little bit of glazing fluid. It's gonna make it a bit more transparent and help that paint settle into the texture of the canvas a bit better. That's good. Excuse me. Ah, that caught up on me. Snuck up on me. Let's take our yellow. I just took my brush, it had black on it. Gives it that kind of bit more of a golden color. I don't have any white left here. Okay, let's put some more in the palette. Another butt says, oh, I think that's what I'm using. Mine's a 16 by 20 inch canvas I found at Walmart. Yeah, so, you know, a little bit bigger. Probably what, maybe, well, not quite double, but about 75% larger. So you got more surface to work on, which can be kind of nice, right? It gives you a little bit more freedom. You know, not having to do these tiny little details like I'm doing here, which for some people can be just way too much and can just drive them crazy. Another says, this past holiday season, my preschooler brought a flu bug home for Christmas. The whole family got sick. My mom insisted on seeing us. She also got sick. Later found out apparently everyone was sick. Oh my goodness. Merry Christmas, eh? Yikes. Well, that's like my daughter. It's like she's basically sick every day. A little runny nose or a cough. She gets better. You know, we go away for a weekend. She gets better. Goes to school Monday morning. Sick again. I think there's so many bugs and things floating around schools that it's just a miracle if they go a week or two without catching a cold. You know, I basically sort of have reconciled with the fact that for the next 15 or so years I am also going to be sick every couple of days. This just seems like the reality of parenting. And okay, so I'm taking my warm blue, warm yellow, and painting some of these. I guess this is a corsage of some kind here, right? And this is my boy's 4. Awesome. My daughter's about, well, just past, almost, I guess 5.5 probably now. I grow up like, before you know it, my goodness. Love of my life, that's for sure. That's the best thing about my life by far. Of all the exciting things that I've had an opportunity to do, there's not a single one that compares to being a dad, that's for sure. Like I take my daughter swimming a couple times a week, and my daughter's just kind of starting to be able to hold her breath, and oh, she's so excited. Gets so excited about being able to do that. It's just, you know, it just puts everything into perspective. How the joy of a child about being able to dip their head underwater. You know, it's like just goes to show there's, you know, how the simple pleasures in life that, you know. Barbara says, Michael, yes, everyone is coughing and sputtering over here as well. Back to school, huh? Wash hands, vitamin C, stand at the back of class so they're not breathing all over you. I told you. Well, my daughter has autism, which I think is a bit of a blessing, oddly enough, but likes to put every single conceivable thing you can imagine in her mouth, whether that be rocks or somebody's gum they've thrown out or cigarette butt. Ugh. So I think ultimately she's going to have like the most developed, and so far it hasn't killed her. It's certainly not something we encourage, but you know, I'm just sort of figuring, well, she'll probably end up being some sort of secret agent or something, because no poison is going to work on this kid, because she's basically ingested every disgusting substance. It's also so fascinating just seeing how, like, from such a young age they just come programmed with a personality. You're like, where are you picking this stuff up? Who taught you how to do this or that? Or it's a journey. Another says, my boy is also autistic, or in autistic class. Up until last year wasn't talking much. Now he won't stop talking. Yes, I think about that all the time. My daughter likes to kind of babble a bunch, and I'm like, I just can't wait until you start talking so we can find out what you're thinking about all the time. And then I spend some time with other parents and their kids, and I'm like, oh my goodness, wow, shut up. And I'm thinking, like, you know, be careful what you wish for, because at some point this child is going to start talking and won't stop talking. So I better enjoy the relative peace that I have right now. Another but says, I think my dad's passing 2 years ago prompted me to start painting again. I just started painting after a couple decades sabbatical, LOL. Probably, you know, like, things like that can motivate us to make some changes and go in different directions, and, you know, probably that painting, probably a difficult, traumatic thing, and, you know, probably has awakened something within you. That's great. Well, it's like Édouard Manet. He was probably having a relationship with the woman who eventually became his wife for 10 years. And then his father passed away. And then few months later, he marries this woman. So perhaps his father was not approving of this woman, and so he just waited until his father died, and then was like, okay, let's get married. Old man died. Now I can do this without worrying about what he has to say about it. Okay. We're getting close here. This is some of the final stuff here. Now, obviously this could also take me hours to do should I want to go down that path. So, I don't want to go down that path, so I'm going to try and figure out how to do this in a relatively short period of time. Another says, yeah, Manet was a player. Excuse me. I'm going to take another bit of my... Sorry. Anti-cough spray. Okay, I kind of like this cream color I've used, but I think I need to make more of it. So I'm going to take my warm yellow, it's warm red, and white, and mix this together. Probably a little bit too much red, so put a bit more yellow back. That's great. This is a bit more on the cream side of things. Dun, 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 dun. Speaking of cream. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. So I just added some blue and red here to give some of these nuances. This is tricky here. Not a lot of room to play around, and my brain is kind of in the process of shutting down here, so I don't like what I've got going here. How do I fix this? Like, what did I do for this drawing? know I'm articulating that even more than he did, but he was the master, right? And that's tricky what he did there, not tried to do what he did. I'm just gonna move on because I don't think that's gonna get too much better the more I fuss with it. I'm mixing up a purple here with my cool blue and my cool red and cool blue. White. Manet probably had a team of unpaid interns. Well, I mean, I don't think he had like a factory like Andy Warhol, but he was a fast painter, right? Like he was able to crank out, a couple hundred paintings a year at his height. And some of them were small, but some of them are big paintings. So he was a fast painter. Like Like, no screwing around. That guy knew what to do and could do it and do it fast. Which, of course, made him, you know, the subject of all sorts of negative criticism, because fellow artists thought that you know, that he wasn't putting his using his energy well, that he was kind of, some people thought he was a bit of a hack, you know, just cranking stuff out. Quality's not good, these paintings are all slapdash. Yeah, it would have been cool to see Manet at work in his studio cranking out paintings for sure. Like, how did he work so quickly? It kind of reminds me, you know, he's using a lot of the similar techniques that artists today use to paint movie sets. You know, I've got a few friends that do that for a living, and you know, they work quick. You know, because it doesn't have to look great in person, it just has to look good on film. So, you know, they have all these sort of little tricks to make wood look like wood, or make, let's say, styrofoam look like wood, I mean, by painting like a wood grain on it really quickly. And it's pretty spectacular what they're able to do in such a short period of time. So I kind of imagine Manet was maybe using similar kinds of techniques, just kind of mastered these ways of applying paint really quickly. use some glazing fluid just to get this paint a little bit more fluid-like, and also maybe just a little bit more transparent so that I can paint some of these areas a bit more quickly. All the detail in this bloody painting, my goodness. But you know, I do think he's, I mean, obviously he spent probably, I would say maybe 2 weeks on this painting. You know, and that would be like 2 straight weeks, 9 to 5, cranking this thing out. He might have even gone a little bit faster. I don't know. It's possible. He was that fast of a painter. So I do think, though, like this area, this vase, these flowers up front are a little bit of bravado, a little bit of showing off he's doing here. Right, I think I mentioned before, it's like he's trying to say, okay, you might not like the rest of the painting, but it's not like you could say it's poorly done. You might not like the composition, you might not like the subject matter, but you can't argue that I don't know how to paint. You can't say that. Like another artist who's like that would be Salvador Dali, the great surrealist, Spanish surrealist painter. You know, some people don't like, you know, the subject matter, think it looks silly or weird or freaky, but the way that Dali painted was nothing short of masterful. Like Dali, from a technical perspective, was absolutely one of the greatest painters of the 20th century. And so, and I think a big part of his success is that he was able to paint, you know, in a quote-unquote realistic style, and that made it hard for people to say that, you know, he's just a terrible artist, because it's like, well, the guy can paint. He can paint better than probably most other people, if not any other living artist. So it's not like you can say he just doesn't know how to, he's just choosing to paint this very weird subject matter. And I think the very same thing here with Manet. Kind of wielded his talent his technical ability. And, you know, it's like musicians do that, you know, it's like if you put like an amazing guitar solo in the middle of your heavy metal music, it's pretty hard. You know, people might say, I'm not a fan of heavy metal, but they're just like, but I gotta admit, like, man, that guy can play guitar. Holy smokes. Like, there's no question about that. I'm not super happy with the way I'm doing this, but definitely running out of steam here. And I haven't eaten anything in 9 hours or more here. Okay, I better do those oranges. This original painting was enormous, wasn't it? 4 feet wide. It was 38 inches tall. You can see it right there at the top of this, maybe on the top of the screen there, above the image on the right. Or sorry, there at the top left of the screen there. 38 inches tall by 51 inches wide, or basically 1 meter tall by a meter and 1.3 meters wide. Yeah, so a big painting. How many? 4 feet is what, 48 inches? Yeah, so it's just a little bit bigger than 4 feet wide. Another says, oh, you remind me, recently saw on YouTube an artist painted Queen Elizabeth on her 80th birthday, and at the end of the first session she saw the progress. Man, she looked terrible. You might be thinking of, well, I don't know about the 80th birthday, but there's a portrait by Lucian Freud that's quite notorious. I'll bring this up. Ah, come on. Won't let me. Anyway, I think you get the picture here. It's not super high res, but there's the picture of the Queen that the artist Lucian Freud painted. Lucian Freud is or he's passed away, I believe, at this point. Was the not grandson, but I think Sigmund Freud was his uncle, I think. Anyway, that one certainly caused quite the stir. People were not happy with that one. Although I think it's actually a pretty good painting, and it's interesting, you know, the way Lucian Freud talked about it. It's like, you know, the Queen sat for hours for that painting. And you can imagine she was maybe a little bit surprised at the result, to say the least. But Lucian Freud was like, you know, she's a pretty tough character, and that's the way I saw her. She's not, you know, this little princess. She's a pretty tough character, so that's the way he interpreted her. Which is why I love art, because we can kind of see the world through other people's eyes. And what people see is not necessarily always what we want people to see. which is why not everybody wants to have their photograph taken. Sometimes people find having their photograph taken kind of traumatic, because sometimes a side of them is photographed that maybe they don't want people to see, or maybe they don't want to see themselves. I did a project about 10 years ago where I went up to Dawson City in the Yukon near Alaska and tried to make a portrait of every single person in this little town. And you'd be surprised, there was a lot of people who did not want their portrait painted. Some people probably because they were running from the law. There's a lot of people up there who are kind of living off the grid, and they don't want anybody to know where they are or what they look like, which was kind of funny to discover that. Let's put this back up here. Okay, let's get a bit of highlights on that. I think I'm going to move on from the orange. What does that say? Hold on. So another says, oh, I hear Gaudi was a nice guy. Antonio Gaudi, the architect? I think the one I saw was an artist called Rolk. He had a camera crew filming the whole thing. His painting just didn't look good after the first session, but he ended up making her look happy with a smile. B. Rolf. I don't know. I don't know that artist. Wanted dead or alive, LOL. Have you seen this person? That's it, Rolf. I don't know. I don't know who that artist is. Okay, I want to go back to this area I goofed on. I forgot to paint the counter right here. So let's see if I can try to approximate what I did back there. The first thing I did was painted some squiggles. Let's add a bit more white into the squiggles. And I think I took some warm yellow, mixed it into some white a bit. Oops, that's too much. Maybe let's take a bit of black, just subdue it a bit. There we go. try that. Rolf Harris died in prison. It does sound kind of familiar, but I don't know that story. So I'm just going to glaze over this area. Hand is just terrible, but I think I might leave it all goofy like that. Sorry, the Bass Pale Ale Triangle. I read it was a symbolic of preferring English to German beer after Prussian War. Probably, that's true. Michael's earlier confused names. I think I meant to say Gauguin. You said was a great painter. Yeah, I mean Gauguin was a great painter. Kind of a terrible person. In many ways. be a bit of a... He liked his women young. He'd left his wife and child and moved to Tahiti and began a relationship with a 13-year-old girl. So, I mean, he made great paintings, but it's sometimes really hard to separate the artist from the artwork, isn't it? It's definitely not the kind of relationship I am supportive of. I don't know if my daughter started, when she was in junior high, started dating a 50-year-old, 40-year-old man who had a wife and child. I'd probably be a little bit, I'd have a little bit to say about that, to say the least. Okay, I'm getting close. What do I want to... In fact... Terrible family man, yeah. Yeah, I would say that probably constitutes a bad family man. Totally. Okay, you know what? I should... oh, what's going on here? Let's... Oops. Okay, we're on the home stretch here, rounding third base on our way home. Want to do a couple finishing touches here, some little things in the background. Finish off the main subject's face here, Suzanne, the bartender. And I think I could be convinced to walk away from this painting pretty soon here. I mean, it's not a masterpiece, it's not the best thing I've ever done, but it's not bad. I think I'm going to be pretty happy with this. So let's go there and get this thing done here. So there's the original, and then there's my version side by side. I want to go back into the... Oh, there's the woman on the trapeze right above this, too. Do I want to do that? I think I probably should. It's a pretty significant part of this painting. As this white dries, it'll lose some of its saturation. Or not saturation, its brightness. what is it I said I wanted to do here? Her face, and then do I want to do a light glaze on the glass? That blue. I think I'll do that near the very, very end here. I have not got the trapeze artist. Yes, that's another thing I wanted to do. Thank you for the reminder here. Okay, so I'm gonna look at this. This is the full version. Let's get okay, how do we want to do that? Let's take let's make a gray. And where should we paint this? Right up here, right? I'm gonna put it here. Let's try to get these parallel. And then those green shoes. So take our cool blue, bit of cool yellow. Where are we? Right up here. A little bit of white. Put a bit more white in here to overpower the brown, then we'll paint this lighter afterwards. Or we'll paint it a bit darker, I mean, afterwards. Excuse me. Okay. Let's make a flesh color. Always trying to kind of get away with scraping up some of this. I gotta put more weight on here. Bit of a purple again. That's pretty funny. Okay. Let's go back to the face now. Okay, I'm going to take my black here. I'm going to put a little bit of glazing fluid, dig into whatever black is left over. Ideally, I don't want to have to mix a new mixture of black, just to use up whatever dregs I've got left over. I don't need much. I just want to come in here and another says, I looked up the machete brand name Legametis Collins and Co. Turns out they made these for World War II fighting, but my grandfather was Mexican, so not so sure. Well, maybe your grandfather served. You know, there were Americans who went to Canada so that they could fight in World War I and II before the United States officially entered the war. So I don't know if you're implying that your grandfather may have fought in the war, or Or not, but it's possible. A lot of those guys never really talked about their experiences because they were so terrible. Ah, her mouth looks kind of crooked, doesn't it? How is it off to the side like that, Michael? What's going on? Doesn't it look like it's... What's going on here? It's possible. Glaze with a little bit of white into that hair. Take just a tiny bit of cool blue. much. And glazing fluid. I see this. Yeah, he definitely looks like a creepy character. That's for sure. I know there's, oh yes, I was maybe gonna put a glaze on this, on my, okay, what was that, how was I gonna do that? I was gonna do, I think it's like a cool blue, tiny bit of cool blue, and white. You know what? I'm gonna blow dry this first. Another says, I think he probably bought the machete from someone who was in the war. Quick story about my grandfather. He passed away in 1962. Always, he always, I can't, part of this is cut off. Always he led a buried treasure. My parents, meantime, came to the U.S. back in 1969. So fast forward to 2020, some distant relative dug it up supposedly, and there's no way to sue the bastard. My grandfather was from an old rich Mexican family prior to the 1910 Mexican Revolution. Okay, wife's calling me, hasta la vista. Okay, have a good night, my friend. Thanks for keeping me company for so many hours here. That's awesome. You are a trooper, my friend. see, do I have any more of this foggy, smoky stuff going on? Okay, I think that's good enough. So, plus, well, almost 10 hours after I began. So, oh, I'm glad I started this one a couple hours early. I would not want to be still 2 hours away from being done at this time of day. Okay. We have made it to the end. You might have wondered if that ever was going to happen, but we're here. So let's take a moment to celebrate these works or critique them, a little bit of both. And I'd be interested to hear what you might have to say. Maybe just quickly before we do that, some housekeeping. Consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell so you know when future episodes are going to take place. My schedule's all over the place. It's been all over the place for a couple of years now, but I try to sneak in episodes when I can, here and there. So it doesn't cost you a penny, but it certainly helps me out, because about 60% of the people who watch these episodes, maybe that's you, aren't subscribers. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use the PayPal link. You can use your phone and scan the QR code. It goes directly to my PayPal page, where you can safely and securely donate to support the channel. Everything you see here, the lights, the cameras, the printers, the canvas, the paint, all that is through your generous donations, people like yourself. And all that money just goes right back into the show and has kept it running for 4 years now. So thank you to all those of you who've been so generous with the limited funds that you might have. You can also, so that's what the PayPal link looks like when you go to it. If you want to support the channel through sending an e-transfer or using the YouTube Super Chat while we're live, or even sending a good old-fashioned letter with a check and money order in the mail, you can contact me via my email, which is on the Facebook group, and on my website. All those links are down there below. And just lastly, before we move on here, consider joining the Facebook group and joining that awesome community of over 1,300 people now from all over the world. at various different stages of their creative journey once a month. So in a couple of weeks, I'm going to be doing our next free feedback episode. If you want to send in your drawings or paintings, no matter what it is, I'd be happy to talk and give you free feedback on that. So that's what the Facebook group looks like. And so there's the original, and there's my version side by side. Interesting. I can already see a few differences that stand out, but I think all in all, I'm pretty happy with the results. Again, there's a tremendous amount of detail in here. In the background, I kept it as simple as possible, just so that, you know, it's most of that detail is probably not stuff that people are going to spend too much time looking at anyway. Most of the focus is going to be on the central figure, and, you know, perhaps her reflection and this kind of creepy looking dude off to the right there, right? I'm happy with the way the bottles and everything turned out. Considering the limited amount of time, I'm actually pretty pleased with the reflections and things on the glasses. You know, the more I look at it, I'm like, I could fix this, I could do that. But, you know, at some point, you got to call it a day, right? And this is just something I do for fun. If I really wanted to replicate this painting, I'd probably spend another week or so working on it, right? So I think this is pretty good for as my grandfather always used to say, good enough for government work. Barbara says, awesome painting, Michael. Fantastic detail, genius. Thank you for showing me how to paint. You're so generous with your time and expertise. Oh, you're so sweet, Barbara. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Okay, let's zoom in and maybe do a quick look around comparison. It's pretty close, I think. Okay, so there's the top left corner. There's the top left corner of mine. You can see what I've got here is you're only really seeing that little, well, I don't even know if you could see it, the little left foot there on the top left of your screen. I have expanded that or inserted it and shifted that over. That's the acrobat flying around in the room. I'm happy with the way that turned out. It's kind of a, if you look at the original, you can see it a little bit more clearly. Obviously, I've cropped this out up a little bit. So there's, oops, come on back. There's the acrobat's feet there. Anyway, yeah, I mean, obviously you could see the detail of some of these people. I didn't bother painting any of that. It's just too much work. I kind of went back towards the very end and put a little bit more of this kind of blue all over in the background to help emphasize the fact that it's a mirror, to make that a little bit clearer. Even though you don't really see it so much in the original, I've overemphasized that a little bit, just so that I always feel like part of my role as an artist is to clarify things. Maybe let's look at that chandelier a little bit here before we... I think that turned out okay. You know, again, slightly different than what he did, but I think the main stuff is there. As I look at it now, I notice that these would probably be chains or something going off in a diagonal. I didn't get that, but let's move down. Look at these bottles in this area right there. Yeah, I mean, not perfect. I can see I could probably have put like a bit of a dark teal in around, and that bottle's probably got a cool blue top as opposed to a warm blue top. Let's go down even further. So you can see that there's another red glass, you know, it's probably similar to this one up here that's right there that I just omitted, just to keep it as simple as possible for myself. Any little details I could omit, I did. You know, these champagne bottles, you know, the gold wrapping, the gold foil around there, I didn't do the best job. That would have been just putting a little bit more yellow and white and working on those contrasts, but you know, I think it's good enough as it is right now. Let's maybe, well, let's look at maybe her hand there while we're right here. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. There's definitely kind of that feeling that's her palm and the tension in her wrist. And this bracelet and then the lace. That was tricky. Surprisingly, like, you know, the way that I did it is pretty close to how he did it, and I think it works. Yeah. How about let's scooch all the way across here and let's look at these flowers and oranges. Are they oranges or tangerines? I can't remember what they're supposed to be. You'll notice that I kind of actually articulated these flowers a little bit more than he did. And that's partly just because I tried to do it in the quick method he used. I wasn't quite so happy with it, so I did go back and kind of describe those flowers a little bit more. I'm happy with the way that turned out. I'm actually really pleased with the way these oranges, tangerines, or whatever they are, how those turned out. I think, yeah, considering the limited amount of time, I think that works pretty well. Got some of those reflections. You know, it's hard. Painting reflections is tricky, and doing it fast is even more difficult. Right? It's just about having a good amount of contrast, so you get some of those, you know, pure whites and dark darks, really make it look like it pops. And then these bottles in the bottom right corner. Yeah, you know, I feel like maybe I could have put that black outline around the Bass bottle label there, but I think it's fine. You know, you'll notice the original painting kind of crops right about there. I've added this extra little area, and I painted her hand there, but I was sort of like a little clumsy. So at the very end there, I put a little bit of that blue glaze on top. It's kind of like the mirror, the silver in the mirror kind of tarnishing a little bit. Kind of does a nice, good enough job of kind of disguising my sloppy arm hand there. Right, I'll use whatever I can to make it work. Let's look. Well, might as well right to the top there. Oops, come on back. So we've got, you know, this figure that some refer to as Jack the Ripper. That's fine. You can see, so this area here, I thought it might have been smoke, or again, it could be the tarnishing of the mirror, and I amped that up a little bit, and I think that does help to create, you know, the illusion that that's some kind of glass-like surface there that we're seeing that image through. And again, I amped that up more than the original just to kind of make that a little bit more obvious. So then just lastly, we'll go to central figure, subject of the episode. Chris says, wow, still going. I went to bed 8 hours ago. Yep. Well, we're just wrapping up, so you caught me at the very end here. Just looking at her shoulders. Are her shoulders... They're definitely... You know, maybe that could be a little bit of a stronger shoulder. Though she does sort of look kind of more resigned on... I mean, they both look kind of bummed out. I don't think either of them looks happier than the other. I'd say her gaze in the original feels a little bit more vacant than mine. Although I tried to make it so she's not looking directly at us. She's just sort of looking a little bit past us, which is what we see in the original as well, but that's tricky. Okay. I mean, I could darken under her chin a little bit more, but I think I'm done. I'm kind of tapped out. That might be a future episode. Sometimes I think about doing an episode where I go back in and fix paintings that I feel need a little bit of a tweak here and there, but then I feel like I could do that to pretty much every painting I've done, and it would just be like going through every painting. It does look a little bit brighter on camera. In person, it's not quite. I think I need to adjust these lights so they're not breaking right across and illuminating the texture quite so much. But yeah, all in all, I feel like that's pretty successful. I don't have any major complaints. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, everybody. Well, thank you for joining me, for painting along and keeping me company. There was some interesting conversations there in the chat. I wish you all a wonderful evening, morning, noon, wherever you might happen to be on our beautiful planet. Just remember that the more art you're making or consuming, the better your society, family, community you are creating for yourself and your friends and family, community, etc. I know that if more people were finding creative ways to express themselves through art or music, dance, etc., we would live in a much more peaceful planet. So thank you for doing your part to help make this a better place for the next generation, particularly my own daughter, who hopefully will grow up in a more peaceful world than the one we're in right now. Okay, everyone, thank you so much. We'll see you again in a future episode. Take care. Good night.